Hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of
Session is called to order. All please rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng warangit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of the members.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Omentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Bascu. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Biliones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Brosas. Buhain. Bulut Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark. Ko Juanco Mark. Colada. Coliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo. Cua. Quaresma. Dagoo. Dalipe. Dalo. Dayang Hiram. Daza. De Jesus. De Venecia. Defensor. Del Mar. De Los Santos. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Dimaporo Siti Amina. Dionisio. Domingo. Duavit. Duhali. Duterte. D. Faustino Ino. D. Faustino Michael Carlos. D. Ian Paul. Ecleo. Emano. Enverga. Escudero. Espares. Espina. Estrella. Udela. Farinas. Fernandez. Ferrer Antonio. Ferrer Juliet Marie. Flores. Fortes. Frasco. Fresnedi. Fuentebella. Galeyos. Garcia Albert. Garcia Dante. Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 211 members responded to the call.
With 211 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering the copies of the Journal number 23, dated September 19 to 22, 2023, Journal number 24, dated September 25, 2023, Journal number 25, dated September 26, 2023, and we already distributed to the members. I move to dispense with the reading of the said journals. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the aforementioned journals. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journals is dispensed with. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the journal number 23 dated September 19 to 22, 2023, journal number 24 dated September 25, 2023, journal number 25 dated to September 26, 2023. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve the said journals. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and journal number 23, dated September 19 to 22, 2023, journal number 24, dated September 25, 2023, and journal number 25, dated September 26, 2023, are hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolution of first reading, as well as communication and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 9326, establishing a professional regulation commission satellite office in Rojas City, Capiz, by Representative Castro Jane.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9327, enhancing the resiliency and adaptability of farmers to adverse weather and climate events, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9328, providing pension benefits to farmers and fisherfolk, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9329, providing for the Magna Carta of Young Farmers, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9330, making the appointment of a legal officer mandatory in municipal governments, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9331, providing free food for children in public schools and daycare centers from products of farmers purchased by the government, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9333, upgrading and creating additional positions in the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, by Representative Garcia Pablo John.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9336, declaring September 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in Caramoran, Catanduanes to celebrate the Caramoran Foundation anniversary, by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9337, declaring April 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in Bato, Catanduanes to celebrate the Foundation Day of the Municipality of Bato, by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9338, reclassifying as agricultural land open to disposition under the provisions of the Public Land Act, declaring as ecotourism park and campsite purposes a certain parcel of land of the public domain situated in Barangays Lubigan and Moriones, including a parcel of land situated in Barangay Iba, San Jose, Tarlac, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9339, granting a franchise to the Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative, Incorporated, for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Mexico, Arayat, Santa Ana, and Magalang, by Representatives De Jesus and Dago.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9340, developing the coffee industry of the Philippines and creating the Coffee Industry Advancement and Research Center, and declaring the province of Sultan Kudarat as the coffee capital of the Philippines, by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9341, reorganizing the National Economic Development Authority, by Representative Flores.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 9342, ensuring the welfare and protection of BPO workers in the Philippines, by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9343, creating a dental unit in every rural health unit under the DOH as part of the primary approach in the delivery of health services, by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9344 to prescribe nutrition labeling for food products by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9345, providing for free freight services in the transportation of relief goods to calamity-stricken areas by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 9346, strengthening the COMELEC by increasing the manpower complement in its field offices, providing office spaces separate and independent from local government units by Representative Abalos.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 9348, declaring Rosario, Cavite as the tinapa capital of the Philippines by Representative Sevilla Ramonjolo, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Advincula, Barzaga, Loyola, Ferrer Antonio, Remulla, and Tolentino.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 9351, expanding the primary jurisdiction of the NBI by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9352, creating the Department of Economics and Development Planning by Representatives Balindong and Adyong.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 9353, mandating the establishment, management, maintenance, and regulation of a rainwater harvesting facility in all new institutional, commercial, industrial, and residential development projects in Metro Manila by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9354, providing comprehensive maternal health care, including immunization for pregnant women by Representative Gato.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9355, granting a franchise to the Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative Incorporated for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Mexico, Arayat, Santa Ana, and Magalang in the province of Pampanga by Representatives Gonzales Aurelio.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9356, establishing the National Police Clearance System by Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 9357, providing a penal clause for the acts defined under Sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and authorizing the disposal of unclaimed, recovered, and impounded carnap motor vehicles, amending for the purpose the new Anti-Carnapping Act of 2016 by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 9358, to protect employees of traveling sales crews by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9359, establishing a task force to recommend a uniform strategy to protect women against violent crimes by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 9360, instituting reforms in land administration by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9361, providing for a National Employment Assistance Program by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9362, providing for a National Housing Development, Production, and Financing Program by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 9363, instituting a comprehensive housing program for public school teachers by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 9364, supporting effective programs that provide assistance to parents who want to help their children become successful readers by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9365, to protect children from exposure to environmental tobacco smoke and the provision of children's services by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 9366, instituting a national comprehensive framework on resilient housing and human settlements by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 9367, establishing job placement offices in public high schools to provide career services to the youth by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9368, further strengthening the system of birth registration of children in need of special protection in the Philippines by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 9369, providing for pension and health benefits to comfort women by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 9370, establishing the Commission on the Advancement of Women in Science, Engineering, and Technology Development by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 9371, to prohibit employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, by Representative Villafuerte Ruiz Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 9372, providing children protection against environmental pollutants, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 9373, establishing the Foreign Service Retirement Program under the GSIS, implementing Section 62 of the Foreign Service Act of 1991, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 9374, establishing the Waste Collection Workers Health and Welfare Program, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9375, defining and penalizing acts of road rage and for other purposes, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9376, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Irwin.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 9377, declaring October 5 of every year as Araw ng Del Gallego, a special non-working holiday in Del Gallego, Camarines Sur, by Representative Horibata.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9378, establishing a 50-bed district hospital under the DOH in Cordova, Cebu, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sonny.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9379, converting the Cordova Coastal Road in Cordova, Cebu into a national road, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sonny.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9380, reclassifying a parcel of land of public domain located in Barrio Combis, Abuyog, Leyte, from timberland to alienable and disposable land and for other purposes, by Representative Kari.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9381, increasing the discount rate and exempting from the VAT the monthly electric and water consumption granted to senior citizens, by Representative Junicio.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 9382, declaring Gawahon Eco Park located in Victorias Negros Occidental a tourist destination, by Representatives Benitez.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9383, declaring Mount Canlandog, located in Barangay Canlandog, Murcia, Negros Occidental, an ecotourism zone, by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9384, declaring Sitio Pulacan, Barangay San Fernando, Talisay City, Negros Occidental, an ecotourism zone, by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9385, upgrading and creating additional positions in the Office of the Government Corporate Council, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9386, establishing a national policy for the development, utilization, and commercialization of energy storage systems, by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9387, providing for a standard numerical date notation in all official and legal documents in the country, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9388, expanding the purposes for the utilization of the Emergency Repatriation Fund under the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act, by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 9389, providing for free breast cancer screening and affordable treatment of breast cancer for Filipino women, by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9390, granting benefits and incentives to accredited barangay nutrition scholars, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9391, amending RA number 10175 by providing for prescription period for the offenses punishable by said law and for other purposes, by Representative
To
Tambunting.
the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 9392, mandating the inclusion of Philippine history as a subject in the high school curriculum, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9393, lowering the cost of prescription drugs and medicines, amending Section 109 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 9394, providing for the establishment of seed libraries throughout the Philippines, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9395, granting Philippine citizenship to Father Job Calarakal Omen, MS, by Representative Malapitan.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9397, encouraging the participation of communities in the management and conservation of the fisheries and aquatic resources by granting benefits and incentives to accredited Bantay Dagat, by Representative Tan Keith Maika.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 9398, declaring the Quezon Convention Center located in Lucena, Quezon as sports tourism destination by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9399, providing for Development and Modernization Fund for the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9400, creating the Barangay Affairs and Development Commission by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9401, granting Philippine citizenship to Dr. Si Yon Wang by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9402, granting a legislative franchise to Benguet Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in all municipalities of the province of Benguet and Baguio City by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9403, providing for baby changing facilities in restrooms of all public establishments and government offices by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 9404, strengthening the advanced manufacturing industry by upgrading and designating the Dream Center of the Department of Science and Technology in the Bataan Peninsula State University as the Center for Research and Development on Advanced Manufacturing by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1340, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry on the apparent and regular traffic congestion in the North Luzon Expressway and in the South Luzon Expressway by Representatives Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1341, expressing the deep condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Mr. Robert Francisco Ilagan by Representatives De Venecia, Co. Angelica Natasha Legarda, Garcia Maria Angela, Veloso Tuason, and other House members.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1342, directing the Committee on Health and other appropriate House committees in coordination with the DOH to conduct an inquiry on the implementation and utilization of the Medical Assistance to Indigent Patients program of the DOH in the country's covered health institutions and healthcare facilities by Representatives Yap Eric and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1343, urging the appropriate House committees of the House committees to conduct an inquiry into the recruitment and deployment of Filipino seasonal agricultural workers to the Republic of Korea under LGU to LGU arrangement by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1344, congratulating and commending Philippine Army Colonel Joseph Jeremias Cirilo C. Dator, recipient of the 2023 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipino Award for Soldiers by Representative Celeste.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1345, urging the House to increase the fiscal year 2024 budget of the Department of Tourism to support the strategic goals and objectives of the National Tourism Development Plan 2023 to 2028 by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 1346, directing the Committee on Dangerous Drugs to conduct an investigation on the 3 billion peso worth of shabu seized in Mexico and 1.3 billion peso worth of shabu discovered in Mabalacat, Pampanga by Representatives Gonzales, Aurelio, and Barbers.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1347, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of Congressman Edward S. Hagedorn by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1348, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the death of 3rd District Palawan Representative Edward S. Hagedorn by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1349, expressing profound sympathies and sincerest condolences of the House to Representative Edward S. Hagedorn of the 3rd District of Palawan, commemorating his life and honoring his legacy by Representatives Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Erwin, and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1350, urging the Committee on Information and Communications Technology to conduct an investigation on the Medusa ransomware cyber attack on PhilHealth and other leak of personal records of PhilHealth employees and members by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1351, to call on a thorough investigation on the 3.8 billion worth of shabu intercepted at the port of Subic Bay Freeport Zone by Representative Kong-Hoon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1342, directing the House through the Committee on Energy to conduct an investigation on the alleged questionable expenses of the NGCP that are being passed on to the consumers through its transmission charge and ensure transparency thereof by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1353, urging the House Committees on Energy and National Defense and Security to conduct a joint investigation on the economic and national security implications over the 40% Chinese capital ownership and control of the NGCP by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1354, congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas men's national basketball team for winning the gold medal in men's basketball in the recently concluded 19th Asian Games held on September 23, 2023 to October 8, 2023 in Hangzhou, China, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1355, congratulating and commending the Philippine athletes who participated and won in the 19th ASEAN Games, by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1356, congratulating, commending, and providing incentives to the players, coaches, and management of Gilas Pilipinas men's basketball team for their victory in the 19th ASEAN Games, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1357, congratulating, commending, and providing incentives to Olympic bronze medalist and boxer Yumir Felix de los Santos Marcial for winning a silver medal in the 19th Asian Games, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1358, congratulating, commending, and providing incentives to the Philippine Jiu-Jitsu martial arts team for winning 2 golds and 1 bronze medals in the 19th ASEAN Games, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1359, congratulating, commending, and providing incentives to the players, coaches, and management of Team Philippines for winning 4 golds, 2 silvers, and 12 bronze medals in the 19th Asian Games, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1360, urging the Committee on Labor and Employment to conduct an investigation on the killing of labor organizer Jude Thaddeus Fernandez by elements of the PNP-CIDG and on the pattern of trade unionist killings under the Marcos Jr. administration, by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1361, directing the House through the Committees on Good Government and Public Accountability, Public Accounts, and Local Government to conduct a joint investigation on the very huge confidential funds of the local government of Davao City from 2017 up to the present, by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1362, directing the House Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the alleged violations of the LPG Industry Regulation Act and the compliance of the Department of Energy in enforcing the law, by Representative T.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1363, commenting the exemplary performance of the Filipino athletes in the 19th Asian Games, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1364, commending the 19th ASEAN Games contingent, the coaches, support personnel, officials, and especially the athletes who won gold, silver, and bronze medals at the Asian Games, the athletes who qualified for the Paris 2024 Olympics as a result of their medals earned at the Asian Games, the athletes who set new records, including new personal bests, new national records, and new Asian Games records, by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1365, congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas men's national basketball team for winning the gold medal in the men's basketball 5x5 event in the recently concluded 2023 SEA Games held on May 5 to 17, 2023 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1366, commending and congratulating the Filipino pole vaulter Ernest Jan E.J. Uy Obiana for winning the first gold medal of the Philippines in the 90th Asian Games, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Daliped, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1367, congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas men's national basketball team for winning the gold medal in the 19th Asian Games, by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1368, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of Honorable Edward Solon Hagedorn, representative of the 3rd Legislative District of Palawan and former Mayor of Puerto Princesa City, Palawan, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1369, urging the Executive Department to immediately create a crisis management and response task force for the assistance of OFWs and overseas Filipinos in Israel and Gaza by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Resolution 1370, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of Honorable Edward Solon Hagedorn by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1371, commending the COMELEC for adopting Resolution 10946, creating a committee on Kontrabigay and Kontrabigay Complaint Center in time for the 2023 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution 1372, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of Representative Edward Solon Hagedorn by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1373, urging the appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry into the implementation of the Interagency Medical Repatriation Assistance Program and the establishment of dedicated wards for overseas Filipino workers by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1374, investigating the shipment of meat jerky concealing 323 kilos of suspected crystal meth or shabu at the Manila International Container Port by Representative Barzaga.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1375, congratulating and commending Yumir Felix D. Marshall for his exemplary performance in the recently concluded 19th Asian Games by Representative Puno.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1376, congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas men's basketball team for winning the gold medal in men's 5x5 basketball in the 19th ASEAN Games by Representative Puno.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1377, expressing the most profound condolences and deepest sympathies of the House to the victims of the ongoing conflict in Israel and the Gaza Strip and calling for the immediate cessation of violence in the region by Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1378, urging the Committees on Transportation, Natural Resources, and Metro Manila Development to conduct an investigation on the measures adopted by the MMDA, DOTR, LTFRB, NCR, and DNR to address the worsening air pollution situation in Metro Manila, caused primarily by Metro Manila's worsening traffic situation by Representative Adyong.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1379, commending and congratulating Gilas Pilipinas for winning the gold medal in the 19th Asian Games by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryant, and Revilla Ramonjolo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1380, resolution congratulating and commending Margarita Meggy P. Ochoa and Annie Ramirez for winning gold medals in the women's jiu-jitsu competitions in the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou, China from September 23 to October 8, 2023 by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Ziada Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1381, directing the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to conduct an investigation into allegations of the LTFRB malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance in connection with the alleged corruption of Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program and to suspend its implementation pending investigation by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1382, resolution honoring and commending the heroism, bravery, and dedication of Angeline Peralta Aguirre and 3 other Filipinos who died in the Hamas-Israel war and expressing profound condolences to the bereaved families by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Marcos, Romualdez Ziada Marie, Asidre, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1383, resolution calling for the peace in the Gaza Strip by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 1384, congratulating the Philippine men's basketball team, Gilas Pilipinas, for their historic victory against Jordan, securing the gold medal at the Asian Games 2023 by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1385, calling on international community to provide humanitarian aid to the victims of Israel-Hamas conflict by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 1386, honoring the life and legacy of Edward S. Hagedorn by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1387, urging the DICT to conduct a government-wide cybersecurity audit and directing the appropriate House committee to summon the DICT to submit the report of its audit to Congress by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1389, directing appropriate House committee to conduct an inquiry into the data breach of PhilHealth in violation of data privacy law, the Cybercrime Prevention Act, and other laws by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1390, creating an ad hoc committee tasked to conduct and study the construction of a new House of Representatives building and the relocation of the House of Representatives thereto by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Gonzales, Aurelio, and Suarez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1391, resolution congratulating and commending the men and women of the Philippine delegation for their resilience and exemplary performance during the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province, China, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Joint Resolution 20, joint resolution increasing the 2024 budget of the NFA by 92 billion and 200 million pesos for the procurement of at least 20% of local palay harvest to aid rice farmers and to ensure the availability of cheaper rice in local markets by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated March 23, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that on March 22, 2023, the Senate approved Conference Committee report of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1849 and House Bill 6517.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 26, 2023, informing the House that on September 25, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Mark Villar, Gatchalian, Villanueva, Tulfo, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1846 and House Bill Number 4.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 26, 2023, informing the House that on September 25, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Ejercito, Mark Villar, Angara, Escudero, and Pimentel as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2233 and House Bill 6527.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 26, 2023, informing the House that on September 25, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Angara, Tolentino, Mark Villar, and Pimentel as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2224 and House Bill 4125.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 26, 2023, informing the House that on September 25, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Marcos, Revilla, Gatchalian, Mark Villar, and Pimentel as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2028 and House Bill 7535.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 26, 2023, informing the House that on September 25, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Marcos, Legarda, Binay, Tolentino, and Pimentel as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2001 and House Bill 6510.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 28, 2023, informing the House that on September 27, 2023, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2224 and House Bill 4125.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 28, 2023, informing the House that on September 27, 2023, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2233 and House Bill 6527.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 28, 2023, informing the House that on September 27, 2023, the Senate passed Senate Bill 2221, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs.
Communications. Letters dated September 21, 2023, September 27, 2023, and October 2, 2023 of the BSP Acting Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives certain duly certified copies of BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Report dated September 26, 2023 of the House of Representatives Secretary General on enrolled copies of consolidated version of House Bill 7006 and Senate Bill 2165, which were transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature. Report dated October 24, 2023 of the House Secretary General on enrolled copies of consolidated version of Senate Bill 2019 and House Bill 227, which were returned to the Senate and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature. Letter dated September 28, 2023 of the Executive Secretary Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies of Republic Act Number 11962, which was signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
To the archives.
Letter dated October 12, 2023 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies of Republic Act Number 11963, which lapsed into law.
To the archives.
Committee reports. Committee Report Number 805, submitted by the Committees on Youth and Sports Development and Appropriations on House Bill 9347. Committee Report Numbers 806 and 807, submitted by the Committee on Population and Family Relations on House Bill Numbers 9349 and 9350, respectively. Committee Report Number 808, submitted by the Committees on Natural Resources and Appropriations on House Bill Number 9396. Committee Report Number 809, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution 1388. Committee Report Number 810, submitted by the Committee on Tourism on House Bill Number 9421.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of yours truly, Honorable Alfred de los Santos, Vaang Provinciano Party List, and Honorable Fernando Didi Cabredo of the 3rd District of Albay from Bicol University, Albay, namely Ed Adornado, Rosemary Frias, Noemi Ibo, Kaylo Sabia, and Cynthia Mendoza, and with them are 110 students from Bicol University of Albay. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The guests of the Honorable Alfred de los Santos and Fernando Cabredo are welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Honorable Arnan Panaligan of the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro. They are Edgardo Basilan, Roderick Logdat, Karina Coro, R.D. Dolor, Marlene Calderon, Suzanne Tesorero, Anne-Marie Maliwanag, Catherine Vista, Jacqueline Dilo, Criseldo Nestro. They are from the Government Accountants of Oriental Mindoro Associations.
The guests of the Honorable Arnan Panaligan are welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves Jr. From the World Boxing Council Flyweight. He is the champion, Vince Paras. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The guests of the Honorable Bong Teves are welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair declares the privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bienvenido Abante of the 6th District of Manila to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Bienvenido Abante, is recognized for his availment of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to stand before you, Mr. Speaker, my friends and colleagues, and I would like to talk on the subject of the POGO. I call it POGOs, the road to perdition. So, Mr. Speaker, friends and colleagues, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Today, I rise before you not just as a legislator or your colleague, but as a senior citizen who is concerned about the moral and ethical fabric of our nation. As a grandfather, fearful of the kind of society we will bequeath to our children and our grandchildren, if we fail to reject vice and weed out the immoral elements in our society. I also speak out today as a concerned Filipino who believes in the virtues of a nation built on solid moral foundations. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am compelled to address this august body and speak passionately about an issue that has been plaguing our country today: Philippine offshore gaming operations, or POGOs. As we gather here today to resume our sessions, it is imperative that we reflect upon the consequences of allowing such enterprises to persist in our nation and take a stand on the need to shut the door to POGOs for good. Proverbs 1:10-15 of the Bible warns us in a translation today where it says, and I quote, "My son, if sinful men entice you, do not give in to them. If they say, 'Come along with us, let's lie in wait for innocent blood. Let's ambush some harmless soul. Let's swallow them alive like the grave, and whole like those who go down to the pit. We will get all sorts of valuable things and fill our houses with plunder. Cast lots with us. We will all share the loot." End of quote, Mr. Speaker. This passage serves as a stark reminder that seemingly harmless vices, when left unchecked, can lead to heinous crimes and rampant corruption that threaten the moral fabric of our society. My friends, Mr. Speaker, the POGO industry has often touted the benefits of regulation, but history and experience have shown us that these regulations are insufficient in preventing legal operations from becoming illegal dens of vice and criminality. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, please view the most recent news videos that I have put together concerning POGO, Mr. Speaker. May I ask, please, to view this video right now.
Sinalakay kahapon ng mga otoridad ang isang Philippine offshore gaming operator o POGO sa Pasay City dahil sa umano'y prostitusyon at iligal na operasyon nito. Isinagawa ang raid sa bisa ng search warrant na inisyu ng Makati Regional Trial Court Branch 134. Ayon sa mga otoridad, Setyembre ngayong taon nang i-revoke ang license to operate ng nasabing POGO hub. Ngunit sa kabila nito ay patuloy pa rin ang kanilang operasyon. Natuklasan sa nasabing POGO ang iba't ibang mga pasilidad gaya ng KTV area, spa, bedroom, isang kwarto na kung tawagin ay aquarium na hinihinalang ginagamit sa umano'y prostitusyon. Nasa 500 Chinese nationals ang inabutan ng mga otoridad na sinasabing nagtatrabaho doon, habang may ilan ding mga Pilipino.
ang order ng pagkain. And it turned out meron palang nakapalaman dito na 2 sachet ng shabu at yung mga point nakapaloob siya doon sa pagkain.
Sinalakay kahapon ng mga otoridad ang isang Philippine offshore gaming operator.
Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, nung ni-raid po ang Pogo Hub doon sa Pasay, ay nakakita pa po ng torture chamber. Just imagine, torture chamber, Mr. Speaker. Now, hindi lamang yan, nakita po nyo, November 4, pagkatapos i-raid, naglagay na ng CCTV doon sa building para malaman agad na meron nagre-raid. At nakita po dito, Mr. Speaker, na meron pa rin mga Chinese ang nakatira doon. So, may I also add, Mr. Speaker, a Pogo-related case that last October 30, 9 people, 6 of them were Chinese nationals, were abducted in Muntinlupa City's Ayala Alabang Hills. However, 3 of them who were Filipinos subsequently set free in Calauan, Laguna. Mr. Speaker, ito pong mga recent episodes na ito remind us that the pursuit of financial gains through supposedly legal means like gambling is a perilous path that our society should not tread, a road to perdition for the Filipino people. Mr. Speaker, St. Paul cautioned us in 1 Corinthians 10:23, and I quote, in a modern translation, everything is permissible, but not everything is beneficial. Everything is permissible, but not everything is edifying. End of quote. We must recognize that legality does not always equate to what is beneficial or edifying for our society. It is my belief that it is not enough for us to be merely content with regulation, especially when dealing with unscrupulous entities that are quick to exploit any regulatory gaps or loopholes. For example, this representation has received reports, Mr. Speaker, of Chinese residents who have been able to secure official documents like birth certificates and driver's licenses. In the statement of Immigration Commissioner Norman Tansinko, he mentioned that there were at least 10 recent of authentic passports used by illegal aliens. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, as I stand before you today in this August chamber, that there are still unreported cases of illegal aliens who were able to illegally acquire Philippine passports, birth certificates, driver's licenses, and postal identification cards. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this representation is completely baffled and perplexed. How do these Chinese individuals manage to get passports from the Philippines? How do they obtain driver's licenses and birth certificates? These are the documents needed for a valid passport. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, I have here a copy of the memorandum issued by the Bureau of Immigration last January 10, 2023, Memorandum number 2023-004, where 40,000 foreign nationals have been recommended by the Bureau of Immigration Legal Division to lift their names from the BI alert list. Where is the list containing the names of these 40,000 foreign nationals, Mr. Speaker? And how was the lifting procedure carried out? I demand an answer to this from the Bureau of Immigration. Mr. Speaker and my fellow colleagues, this is now a national security concern. In various congressional hearings, we have unearthed numerous instances wherein these POGOs have been unable and unwilling to comply with our rules and standards. These incidents are the basis for recommendations to phase out POGO operations in the country. Recommendations I fully support because these POGOs have shown that they cannot be trusted to follow the laws in our land. In fact, we must commend law enforcement authorities, the Secretary of the Department of Justice, Secretary Jesus Crispin Boying Rimulya, and the Secretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government, Secretary Benjamin Benarci Abalos Jr., who were at the same time my colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, for their relentless pursuit of justice in cracking down on these illegal and immoral enterprises. I commend them for their unwavering commitment to shine a light on the true nature of these operations, revealing the darkness that lurks behind the facade of quick financial gains. However, I would like to ask the question to our law enforcement agencies kung bakit itong mga Chinese na ito at nakikita ko ay maraming mga escort at mga bodyguard na nanggagaling sa armed forces at nanggagaling sa Philippine National Police, Mr. Speaker. They have shown us that clearly the price we pay for POGOs is much too high, and it is not worth it, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues, we have repeatedly been presented with clear evidence that the social cost of POGO operations far outweigh the revenues they generate. Nakita na po natin, POGOs have brought a myriad of problems in our country. It has become a breeding ground for corruption, immorality, illicit activities, prostitution, drugs, and modern-day slavery. This reminds us of the wisdom found in Proverbs 10:2, and I quote, "Ill-gotten treasures have no lasting value, but righteousness delivers from death." It is evident that the revenues accrued from POGOs come at the cost of our nation's soul and the well-being of our people. The treasures they bring are ill-gotten, and we must not allow them to bring us down a path that leads to perdition. Batid ko po na kailangan ng gobyerno ng pondo. Pondo, hindi POGO. I contend that our government must seek alternative revenue streams that do not rely on so-called harmless vices that ultimately lead to corrupt and unlawful activities. The question we must grapple with is, do we wish to sustain a source of revenue that is tainted with the suffering of our people, the erosion of our values, and the degradation of our society? Or should we heed the biblical guidance found in Proverbs 28, number 6? Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a rich man who is crooked in his ways. End of quote. Our path should be clear. It is better to be a nation of integrity. It is better to walk the right path. It is better to reject sin and vice and corruption. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it is our moral duty to seek alternative sources of revenue that do not involve vices that inevitably lead to corrupt and immoral activities. We must redirect our focus toward industries and uplift the lives of our citizens, strengthen morality, and ensure a brighter future for the next generation. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote in the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19 to 20, as a reminder to all, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You were bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies." End of quote. Taken from a modern translation of the Bible, Mr. Speaker. We must treat our country as we treat our own bodies. Why? It is a holy temple, a blessing from God. To us, He has given us a land blessed with abundance of beauty and resources, many of which remain untapped. Rather than looking to exploit and earn from the darkness that resides in the souls of men and women, should we not find ways to maximize the talents and skills of our people, to employ them in industries that contribute positively to our nation's body and soul? Mga kaibigan, mga kasama, Mr. Speaker, the time has come to finally shut the door to POGOs and ensure the safety and moral standing of our nation. Let us heed the lessons of the Holy Scriptures, which remind us of the importance of righteousness and integrity. It is our solemn duty to put the welfare and moral values of our people above the allure of ill-gotten riches. I implore each one of you to consider the future we are creating for our children, to reject POGOs and the road to perdition, and to stand on the side of righteousness, to stand on the right side of history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Abante to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Abante is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Dan Fernandez of the Lone District of Santa Rosa City for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Dan Fernandez of the Lone District of Santa Rosa City is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. Maraming po salamat to our colleagues. Thank you so much. I stand here today as I stood here a year ago, same place, same spot, and most likely I'd be delivering same kind of issues, but with more substantial and more enhanced subject that this representation would like to explore regarding Meralco's monopolistic and monosopnic state of mind. Yes, Mr. Speaker, siguro you'll be wondering bakit ata parang adverse yung monopoly saka monopsony na karakteristik ng Meralco. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain a little bit about yung pong tinatawag nating monopoly at monopsony. At kung titingnan po natin ang ating pong Webster Dictionary, at titingnan po natin yung ating pong mga Google, makikita po natin yung monopolistic dyan. Ang ibig po sabihin ng monopolistic ay yung pong seller ay control niya yung buyer. In this case, ang Meralco po, hindi lamang po siya distribution utility, Mr. Speaker. Siya rin po ay buyer ng mga kuryente. Siya po ay kinoconsider din po natin siya na nagmamayari din ng ating pong mga power generators. As a matter of fact, this is being allowed by Section 45 under Republic Act 9135, yung ating pong tinatawag na EPIRA Law, yung pong cross-section. We allowed it. At ang tanong, paano naging control ng mga seller o nagbebenta ng kuryente ang Meralco bilang siya po ay buyer ng kuryente? Because we allow the affiliation, we allow na kung saan po ay nakakapagbigay siya ng equity sa mga nagbebenta ng kuryente, thereby constituting a monopolistic attitude. Alam nyo, Mr. Speaker, sa lahat po ng ating pong mga nagbebenta ng kuryente, ay sasabihin po ng Meralco, aba, kami nagdumadaan sa competitive selection process. Meron kami tinatawag na power supply agreement. But we all know that there is a connivance between the Energy Regulatory Commission and the Meralco. And later on, Mr. Speaker, I will prove that there is a connivance between Energy Regulatory Commission and Meralco. But for the meantime, allow me to speak about what is monopsony. Kung sa monopoly, ang buyer ay nakokontrol ng seller, sa monopsony naman po, ang buyer, nakokontrol niya ang mga seller. Sandali, Congressman, para hindi ata nagtutugma yan. Di ba? Parang, bakit naman nakokontrol ng Meralco ang mga seller? Dahil ang Meralco po, sila po nagko-contribute ng ating distribution ng ating electricity output, 70% ng buong Luzon. They control the whole of Metro Manila, NCR. They control the whole of the Calabarzon, including my province, Laguna. They control Pampanga at Bulacan. They are so huge and enormous that they have subdivided the whole franchise. They subdivided it into central, southern, and northern sector. Dahil napakalaki na po ng prangkisa ng Meralco, they cannot even operate and configuratively operate the whole franchise. Ang iniiwasan po nila ay magkaroon ng disturbance sa isang area at magkaroon ng blackout sa buong Luzon. Remember, Mr. Speaker, 60% of our GDP lies in NCR. Dito sa Luzon, 60% ang ating GDP. Control ng Meralco ang ating economic growth. Isang board of director ang nagko-control. Now, Mr. Speaker, sila po ay monopolistic. Sila po ay monosopnic. And I heard that the Metro Pacific Investment Corporation is in the process of acquiring the biggest, the largest natural gas power plant in Ilihan, Batangas, at 2,500 megawatts combined cycle natural gas. Kapag binili na po ng Meralco, which is being owned by MPIC, ang asset ng Meralco at ang Ilihan Power Plant, pag pinagsama mo ang dalawang ito, they will be creating a vertical integration system wherein they will be controlling the fuel supply, the fuel facility, imported fuel facilities, the power supply, and distribution under one board of directors. This concern our national security because they are so huge and enormous, no? Ang laki-laki na po nila that are even now expanding. And it entails our national security, Mr. Speaker. Alam nyo, nakakalungkot na isipin, Mr. Speaker, that we created a monster out of them. Mr. Speaker, ang kongresong ito ay naging party po ng pagbuo ng super franchise. In accordance with Republic Act 9513, we created a super franchise for them. And the power of this Congress is to amend, to revoke, to suspend, and even subdivide their franchise. And may I remind the Meralco, the Metro Pacific Investment Corporation, before they plan to acquire the Ilihan Power Plant, $700 million po ang Ilihan Power Plant. Bilyong-bilyong piso po ang halaga para bibili nila ang Ilihan Power Plant. Bago nila bigli ng Ilihan Power Plant, Mr. Speaker, ibalik po muna nila ang perang sobrang siningil nila sa 7.6 million subscribers dito sa Luzon sapagkat hindi po nila kinompute ang kanilang weighted average cost of capital na nung isang taon tumayo ko, the same place, the same spot, where I injected that they have not computed, never, mula 2015 hanggang sa pagkakataong ito, hindi nila kinompute ang kanilang weighted average cost of capital na kung saan 14.97% ang kinocompute nila. Yun ang percentage ng kanilang profit na pinagbabasihan, na kinompute pa nila noong 2010. And in accordance to the rules of wheeling rates of distribution utility ng ERC, ang sabi ng ERC, ng kanilang batas, kada 4 na taon, i-compute natin ang pinagkakakitaan ng Meralco sapagkat nung panahon na kinompute po nila, ang weighted average cost of capital noong 2010, all the parameters, the indicators, the risk rate ng bansa, ang interest rate ng bangko, ang regulatory asset base, ang kanilang depreciation, lahat po yan ay matataas during that time because we have an Asian crisis during that time. And thereby constituting a higher weighted average cost of capital. Dumating po ang 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, hanggang 2015 na lang po yan eh. Sabi ng batas, ng rules ng ng ERC eh. Ha? Meralco, with the connivance of ERC, they never computed. Mula nung 2015 hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin po nagko-compute ang ERC. And in accordance with the Asian crisis nung 2010, nung 2014, 2015, wala na po tayong financial crisis. And all the interest rate, ang risk rate ng bansa, ang financial requirements nila, mga indicators are telling that the weighted average cost of capital is so low. So anong ginawa ng ERC at ang Meralco? They connive. Dahil pag nag-compute sila ng mga panahon ng 2014, bababa ang weighted average of cost of capital. As a matter of fact, I challenge each and every one of you. Tignan po natin ang WACC ng Meralco today. Dahil sila po ay publicly listed office, they are being externally audited. Nakalabas po dyan kung magkano ang profit nila. At lalabas dyan, tignan po natin ang WACC ng Meralco today sa Google. 9.23% ang kanilang WACC. Ngayon, 9.62% ang kanilang WACC. At sinisingil nila tayo sa 14.97% mula noong 2015 hanggang ngayon. Hindi makatarungan yan sa ating pong 7.6 million Pilipinos na siningil nila ng sobra-sobra mula ng 2015 hanggang ngayon. Nung unang taon na hindi po nila kinompute ang WACC noong 2015, that is acceptable. Ikalawang taon na hindi sila nag-compute, that is questionable. Ikatlong taon na hindi sila nag-compute, that is highly debatable. Pero ika-4, ika-5, ika-6, ika-7, ika-8, ika-9, ngayon magsasampung taon na, hindi pa rin nila kinukompute. That is incredible. BS. Yung mga nandyan sa ERC, mula 2014 hanggang ngayon, we need to invite them, all the commissioners, all the chairpersons must be invited here to be investigated because they have to be held responsible. Why? They never computed, Mr. Speaker. They never computed. And we're giving them thousands of pesos of money, monthly, dahil sila po ay pensioners. Hanggang ngayon, pensyonado sila. Binabayadan natin sila dahil hindi sila nag-compute ng tamang profit ng kita ng Meralco. At ano sabi ng Meralco? Ano sabi nila? Meralco cares. Di ba ano sabi ni Manong Diyos saka ni Ate Maita? Oh, bumababa na po ang ating per kilowatt. Oh, bababa na po kayo ng 50 cents per kilowatt. If they really care, Mr. Speaker, alam na alam po nila ang WACC. 9.26% lang ang profit dapat nila. Kung meron talaga silang moral decency, moral purity, and rectitude, they should have tell ERC, Oy ERC, nakakahiya na sa taong bayan. 10 taon na tayong hindi nagko-compute. Diba? Nakita naman natin ang WACC. We were being externally audited. Figures won't lie.
Hindi mapapasabalian. That they're being externally audited. And we need, Mr. Speaker, ibalik ang sobrang pera sa bayan sa pamamagitan ng cash. Ibalik natin sa 7.6 million Filipinos, including you, including me, magbalit sila ng pera sa atin. It's high time, Mr. Speaker. It's high time that this Congress, in accordance with Section 17 or Republic Act 9209, creating the franchise of Meralco, be invoked because the power of this Congress that was given to them, the franchise is not exclusive. If public interest so requires, Section 17 will apply. In accordance with Section 14, they never submitted even a single documents in this Congress yearly for us to find out the real profit na dapat ay kinocompute po ng ERC. But they never computed in the last 9 years. Magsasampung taon na po, mag-iisang dekada na. Ang sobrang pag-aapi sa ating mga kababayan ay hindi natin mapapayagan. Ano ang isa sa pinakamabigat na ginawa po ng Meralco? They are economic saboteurs. Sinasabutahe po nila ang ating ekonomiya. Why? In accordance with Republic Act 9513 or the Renewable Energy Act of 2008, the government is mandated to encourage our consumers to be a part of the economic growth through energy development. Ang sabi ng batas, ang puso ng batas, ini-encourage natin ang ating mamamayan na ma-involve sa ekonomiya sa pamamagitan ng paglalagay ng energy development, ng renewable energy facility sa bawat tahanan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Bakit? Kung magkakaroon po tayo ng mga pasilidad na hango sa mga renewable energy like araw, hangin, tubig, basura, biomass, na kung saan magkikreate tayo ng kuryente. And we created the net metering. Mr. Speaker, magsisiro po ang ating Meralco bill. Andyan po, tingnan po natin ang aking mga kaibigan na nagne-net metering. Zero ang binabayaran nila. Ito ang kinatatakot ng Meralco na ang lahat ng ating mga mamamayang Pilipino ay magkaroon ng net metering, thereby constituting no electricity bill sa kanila. Mr. Speaker, zero. Yung aking mga kaibigan nagtatanong, how does it work? Paano ba yung nag-work yung net metering? Because this is not being properly explained to all of us. Ang net metering po, Mr. Speaker, yung araw na kukunan mo, maglalagay ka ng solar panel sa iyong bahay, makakakuha ka ng kuryente, maiipon mo, at dadaan sa iyong metro, sa net metering, imi-meter niya, ineneto niya kung ano yung nagastos mo na kuryente. At kung ano yung kukunin mo sa Meralco, yun ang babayaran mo. At kapag nakapag-impok ka ng kuryente, o-offset mo lamang yung ginamit mo at yung sosobra, export mo sa Meralco. May utang pa sa iyong Meralco. Mr. Speaker, nagawa ng iba. Even yung ating po tinatawag na Imperial Subdivision doon po sa San Vicente, Santo Tomas, Batangas. They are solar-powered middle houses na kung saan wala silang binabayaran kahit 5. May credit pa sa kanilang Meralco. Tingnan po natin ang Tatag Imperial Homes na kung saan ito po yung unang per solar-powered community located at Barangay San Vicente, Santo Tomas. 0 po ang binabayaran nila. And if only the 7.6 million subscriber of Meralco ay makakabitan po natin ng tinatawag po nating renewable energy facility. Yan man po ay solar, yan man po ay wind, yan man po ay tubig, yan man po ay basura. Mr. Speaker, that will help a lot in our economic growth. a 1.5 kilowatt peak na mapoproduce sa 3 solar panel, that will create a 7 kilowatt hour of kuryente. At makakadevelop tayo ng 11.4 gigawatt hour na in relation sa target ng DOE na magkaroon tayo ng 19 gigawatt by 2014, that will be realized by this country. We don't need to rely on fossil fuel anymore. We don't need to rely on coal. Because bibigyan natin ng libreng kuryente ang ating mamamayan. At dito, Mr. Speaker, if ever, sa pangunguna po ng ating pong Speaker, Martin Romualdez, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to have this moment to speak to the people and to the Meralco and to all stakeholders of the energy sector. We need to change the game right now, Mr. Speaker. Dahil pag hindi po natin binago, Mr. Speaker, wala po tayong patutunguhan. Maraming salamat, Speaker, for giving us a chance. Speaker Martin Romualdez, this is our moment. Huwag nating hayaan na hindi maibalik sa taong bayan yung ating pong sobrang ibinayad sa Meralco. Pinahihirapan po ng Meralco ang pagkuha ng mga voluminous permits sa ating po mga building official through the different LGUs. They conducted different trainings. Having so many requirements, dati po ang pagkuha ng requirements sa net metering, 3 linggo. Ngayon, 1 taon, hindi pa lumalabas ang iyong mga permits. We have to relax all of these requirements, enable for the consumers to be a part of the economic growth and the energy development. This is the only way para makalayo tayo sa coal. This is the only way para matulungan po natin ang ating gobyerno. Tandaan po natin, this is the mandate that was given to us by the Speaker. The Speaker have told us to uplift the life of all our citizens. And this is the only way, Mr. Speaker, that we will be going to give back sa ating mga mamamayan. Yung pong ibabalik na pera na Meralco, ilagay natin sa mga mahirap nating mamamayan. Mga solar panel, mga net metering. After the 2008, that this Republic Act 9513 was approved, alam niyo po ba kung ilan out of the 7.6 million nagne-net metering sa buong Pilipinas, sa buong Luzon? Only 6,000 individuals. Because the hardships of getting the requirements are being perpetrated by this Meralco. Mr. Speaker, maraming po salamat sa binigay niyong pagkakataon. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this Congress will act on this. And I hope that this will be referred on Committee on Franchise and the Committee on Public Order for us to find out the culpability of those people who have been liable for this irresponsibility action that they have perpetrated to our Filipino people. Sa inyo po lahat, maraming salamat, and I submit.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ann Matibag of the 1st District of Laguna for her manifestation.
The Honorable Matibag is recognized for her interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, this representation stands in support of the statements and proposed resolution of Representative of Lone District of Santa Rosa, Laguna, Honorable Congressman Dan Fernandez. The people of San Pedro Laguna shares the same problem and concerns with the people of Santa Rosa, both in the coverage or franchise area of Manila Electric Company. We are all aware that our country has very high electricity rates and in fact, one of the highest electricity rates not only in Asia, but in the whole world. We are also aware that our country could not effectively attract foreign investors despite efforts of the government, even by the President himself, to encourage investors from other countries to come and put their businesses here. The fact is, investors are not responding well because of frequent power outages and high power rates. Meralco is, by law, a monopoly distribution utility in the franchise areas enumerated by Honorable Representative Dan Fernandez. But because the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or EPIRA law, assigned to monopoly DUs the obligation to contract with power generation companies and buy the electricity supply for captive electricity customers, which I served as one of the youngest department heads for corporate services. Meralco is also a monopsony in the Philippine electricity market, being the biggest distribution utility in the country, having electricity demand that is more half of the demand of the entire country. As a monopsony, Meralco could have been instrumental in reducing power rates of the country, the very reason why the electric power industry was reformed by Congress in 2001. Fast forward to 2023, after 22 long years, the power rates of the Philippines surge instead of reducing to an affordable and competitive level. From 3 pesos per kilowatt hour in 2000, we now have 12 pesos per kilowatt hour. Why have our power rates increased instead of reduced? Because Meralco has chosen not to use its market power as a monopsony to reduce power rates. Instead, it has chosen to profit as a supplier of electricity. The luxurious profit guaranteed by the Energy Regulatory Commission, or ERC, as a distributor of electricity is not enough for the Meralco shareholders. Meralco is therefore tempted to choose between reducing power rates for captive customers and increasing its profit as a supplier. Mr. Speaker, we can help Meralco help our country reduce power rates to save our country. Let us remove the temptation for Meralco that prevents it from reducing power rates. In power contracting the generators, we can either divide Meralco as what Congressman Fernandez proposed, or Meralco must give up entirely its interest in the supply of electricity. I urge my colleagues in the House to support the proposed resolution of our dear Congressman Dan Fernandez. It is high time that we put the interest of the Filipino people first and foremost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At mabuhay ang mas matibay, mas pinatatag, at mas pinalakas na bagong Pilipinas para sa ating magandang bukas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pwede pong...
The Honorable Fernandez may
thank you so
respond.
much, Congressman Matibag. I remember that Congresswoman Matibag was from IMAP before. And most likely the reason why she stood is she can relate on the problem. Because if I can remember it right, during the time of Attorney, mabuti tumayo po kayo, si Attorney Matibag, when he was the Transco President, he submitted a weighted average cost of capital noong 2019. But it was set aside by ERC. They never applied it. Why? Alam na po natin yun. Hindi naman tayo tanga para hindi natin malaman kung ano yun. But anyway, may share ko lang sa inyo, may nag-text na po sa bahay, boss, wala na po tayong kuryente. Maraming salamat po.
We thank the Honorable Dan Fernandez, and we thank the lady from the 1st District of Laguna, the Honorable Matibag, for her manifestation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation on the privileged speaker.
The Honorable Franz Castro of the Party List ACT Teachers is recognized for her interpellation of the privileged speech of Dan Fernandez.
Would the good speaker would
Yes.
like? Oh, okay.
Yes, Madam.
Okay. So I was amazed, Mr. Speaker, by the privileged speech by our colleague, Representative Dan Fernandez. Ngayon lang ako nakakita, no, nung sabi ko nga, nilapitan ko kanina, very spontaneous speech.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
feel, damang-dama niya talaga yung kanyang speech. At nakita ko yung ating mga congressional staff, Mr. Speaker, ay kinig na kinig. Sabi nila, apektado sila. Pag usapin talaga, Mr. Speaker, ng sikmura, usapin ng mga utilities, pangangailangan natin sa bahay, ay talagang patok na patok yan sa ating mga Pilipino. So, nag-agree ako doon sa speech ni Congressman Dan Fernandez, Mr. Speaker, especially now na talagang nararamdaman natin yung spike at spike ng pagtaas ng kuryente sa ating mga kabahayan. Sabi nga ng staff natin dito, nag-iisa lang siya sa bahay, more than 1,000 pesos ang binabayaran. Maghapon siya dito, no, 10 hours. Kaya ganon, Mr. Speaker, kamahal yung ating mga kuryente. So hindi rin naman din natin binabaliwala din yung ilang mga provider din ng kuryente na napakamahal. At tama yung sinabi niya, no, tayo na may pinakamahal na kuryente siguro sa buong Asia.
Yeah.
At yan din yung nagiging dahilan siguro, no, nung ilang mga investment. Even the local investors dito ay talagang hirap na hirap.
Yes, correct.
Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko lang sa ating speaker kanina, sa ating colleague, si Dan Fernandez, Honorable Dan Fernandez, yung from 2015 up to now, yung nabanggit niyo po yung computation nung overpricing
Yes.
ng kuryente.
Opo.
Meron na ba tayong estimate noon, Mr. Speaker?
Ang ginawa po kasi nila, Mr. Speaker, according sa rules ng distribution wheeling rates ng ARC, every 4 years, kailangan binabago mo yung computation ng pagkakakitaan ng Meralco. At yun ay nag-expired noong 2015. Supposedly, ang 2014, magko-compute na sila ng panibagong weighted average cost of capital na kung saan po, ang pinagbabasehan nila ay nung 2010 pa. Kasi 4 years 2011 to 2015, ang pagbabasehan nila, 14.97%. Pero nakita nila na nung 2014, bumaba na lahat ng indicators. Lahat ng risk rate, lahat ng interest rate, bumaba na. So, ang sabi nila, nako, kapag kinompute natin to, sigurado to, bababa yung weighted average cost of capital. At kaya, pwede ko papakita sa inyo, dahil noong 2017, ang weighted average cost of capital natin is 7.7% lang. So, kung mababa ang weighted average cost of capital nila, mababa yung magiging profit nila. So, what they did was to have a conversation with the ERC. That's the reason why we will be inviting them to be a part of the investigation. Because ang ginawa po nila, nagpalit po sila ng tinatawag na interim maximum allowable revenue. Imbis na mag-compute, ang ginawa po nila, bigyan natin sila ng temporary maximum allowable revenue. Yun ang kikitain nila without computation, without any parameters, without any indicators. It's all projection na itong bibigay natin sa kanila. Yun ang ginawa ng ERC. Hindi sa loob ng 1 taon, hindi sa 2, hindi sa 3 taon, sa loob ng 9 na taon.
Yes, okay. Nag-gets po natin yun, naiintindihan natin. Marami namang mga corporation, mga kumpanya, sinasabi nila nalulugi sila. Pero actually, Mr. Speaker, kung mag-agree din sa atin ating colleague si Dan Fernandez, ay sinasabi nilang nalulugi sila. But in fact, bumaba lang siguro yung kanilang kita. Pero hindi sila nalulugi. So, ganyan yung nangyayari. And supposedly, yung ERC ang mag-regulate at mag-control niyan in favor of the consumers, not in favor with the Meralco.
Yeah.
Tama po ba?
Yeah, correct po yan. At kung talaga ang contention po ng Meralco is that nalulugi sila, it's high time that we renew. I-renew na po natin yung prangkisa nila. At nasa ganun po, yung malaking prangkisa na binigay po natin sa kanila, hatiin na po natin sa 3. Kasi nakasectorize na naman nakasectoralize sila Central, yung NCR, yung sa South Luzon, yung sa Calabarzon. Pagdating naman sa North, yun ang North sector. Hatiin na natin yung prangkisa nila. Nang sa ganun, hindi na po sila mahirapan at nalulugi naman po pala sila.
Yes. Ayun pong binigay natin na prangkisa sa Meralco, So, covered po ba dito yung, kasi ano na sila supplier, generators, o nagge-generate,
Yeah.
nagtatransmit, yung gano'n. So, yung bang yung franchise, dapat i-review kung kasama
Yes.
yung lahat ng
I
yun.
got your point,
dun sa
Congressman,
prangkisa. So, hindi yung parang sa place, sa mga
Di po,
lugar.
okay. Kasi po yung sa sinasabi niyo tungkol sa pagbili po nila ng kuryente, no? Kasi dito po sa Pilipinas, very unique po yung ating ginawa. Actually, this was not the intent of this House of Representatives 25 years ago. 25 years ago, hindi po yun ang ating bill na sinabmit sa Senado. Ang sinabmit po natin, wala po tayong cross-ownership. Wala po yung Section 45 na kung saan ang distribution utility, makakabili siya ng kuryente sa kanyang mga ka-affiliated. Come to think of it, common sense dictates, kung ikaw ang distribution utility at affiliated ka sa mga kumpanyang ito, di siyempre bibili ka doon sa mga ka-affiliated mo, doon sa mga kasosyo mo. We allow it. 50% under Section 45 ng EPIRA Law, inalaw natin yon, pero hindi tayo ang nag-allow. Ang nag-allow doon sa bicameral sa Senado 25 years ago. And that's the reason why we need to review it. We need to delete the cross-ownership section. For us, ang Meralco, maging distribution utility na lang. At kung pag sila distribution utility na lang, alam mo pa kung anong gagawin nila, Congresswoman? Ang sasabihin nila, pababain na natin ang pababain ng kuryente. Kasi distribution rate lang sila.
Yes. Yes, tama, Mr. Speaker, nag-agree din ako doon sa cross-ownership. So, doon sila nagkakamal ng, ng tinatawag nating tubo. So, ang representasyon bang, ang atin bang representasyon from Laguna, Mr. Speaker, would file a House resolution to investigate yung sinasabi. At para rin, Mr. Speaker, masingil ng mga consumers yung excess na tubo or excess na siningil sa ating mga consumers. So yun kasi yung concern ko no?
Yeah.
Yung masingil ng mga consumers, yung sobra-sobrang siningil mula sa kanila ng Meralco.
Kanina po na nasabi ko, I move for the referral sa Committee on Franchise and the Committee on Public Order and Security para na sa ganun po ay makita natin yung culpability ng Meralco in terms ng sabotaging yung ating economic growth through the energy development. Kasi naka-curtail yung pagbuo natin ng energy development through renewable energy facility. Kasi nga pinahihirapan nila yung mga documentation. And this also, yung ating pong mga building official ng different LGU, they must be held responsible as well. You know why? They're not undergoing the ARTA, yung anti-red tape authority, na kung saan wala na pong face-to-face dapat yung pakikipagkuha ng permit ng ating pong mga consumer, because this is something that will be helpful to our society. Pero anong ginagawa nila? Nagkakaroon ng communication. That's the reason why yung ating pong numbers na nagne-net metering, out of 7.6 million, can you imagine? 6,000 lang ang nagne-net metering. Hindi nga nila ina-advertise Di ba? And I hope that maging klaro po sa ating mga kababayan that we have to fight for this because meron tayong pera ngayon na kailangan natin singilin sa Meralco.
Okay. So yun po, Mr. Speaker, malinaw po na talagang may pangangailangan na ma-review yung franchise. May pangangailangan na i-held din natin accountable itong ERC na ito dahil nagpabaya for how many years. Tama po, no? Kaya ako po ay sumusuporta kung ano dun man sa resolution na ipapasa po ng ating colleague na si Honorable Dan Fernandez. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez, the interpellation of the Honorable Franz Castro, and the manifestation of the Honorable Ann Matibag to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez, along with the manifestation of the Honorable Matibag and the interpellation of the Honorable Castro, are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Brian Yamsuan of the party list, Bicol Saro, to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the party list Bicol Saro, the Honorable Brian Raymond S. Yamsuan, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, transportation infrastructure is an essential ingredient for economic growth. Railways, in particular, play an important role in sustaining development both in the rural and urban areas. Of significant relevance, esteemed colleagues, is the PNR South Long Haul System, or commonly known as the Bicol Express. It served as a lifeline not just for Bicolanos, but for the families and communities residing in the vast embrace of South Luzon. Sino nga ba ang hindi nakakakilala sa Bicol Express? However, despite its historical and cultural significance and its boundless potential for economic growth, the railway's infrastructure had been neglected for far too long, leading to a permanent cessation of its operation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, kanariman pong Oragon ang tawag sa mga Bicolano. They have rightfully earned this appellation owing to their fighting spirit, their resilience, and their determination to succeed. But being an Oragon is not enough to empower them. The government should provide opportunities that would elevate the quality of life of every Bicolano. Rehabilitating and reopening the Bicol Express is the single most impactful project that I believe would achieve this goal. First, a modern Bicol Express is expected to shorten the travel time from point to point from the usual 12 hours to only about 4 hours. Its passenger trains can even run at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour as envisioned by the Department of Transportation. Kapag po kami nagla-land travel mula Maynila hanggang Bicol, matutulog ako nasa Quezon. Paggising ko po ay nasa Quezon pa rin kami dahil sa haba ng biyahe. This is a challenge faced by our commuters from Bicol to Manila and vice versa. And these include university students, industry and service workers, and businessmen and women. The revamped Bicol Express will offer our people a safe, affordable, convenient, and comfortable mode of transport going to and from Bicolandia. Complemented by an international airport, I am certain that the Bicol Express will help transform the region into Luzon's gateway to the Visayas and Mindanao. Ang pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ay trabaho. When the government was still considering China to fund the project, Chinese Ambassador Wang Zilian said that the Bicol Express trains will serve up to 14.6 million passengers per year upon its operation. It is also expected to create over 5,000 direct jobs during its construction and thousands more in related areas upon its completion. May commitment din po ang kagawaran ng transportasyon na bigyang prioridad sa trabaho ang mga naninirahan sa lugar na dadaanan ng Bicol Express. Tsak na maraming Bicolano ang mabibigyan ng trabaho dahil sa plano ng DOTR ay 11 istasyon po ng Phase 1 ng Bicol Express Project ay dadaan sa probinsya ng Camarines Sur at Albay. Noong 2022, tumaas ang ekonomiya ng Bicol sa 8.1% mula sa 4.3% noong 2021. Ito po ang ikalima sa pinakamataas na growth increase sa buong bansa. Ayon sa Philippine Statistics Authority, transportasyon ng isa sa growing industries sa rehiyon. Imagine if the Bicol Express were back in operation. The businesses it will generate, the industries it will revitalize, and the jobs it will create could turn Bicol into an economic powerhouse in southern Luzon. When Bicol Express chugs back to life, every station it passes along its lines from Laguna, Batangas, and Quezon will be a busy hub for economic activity. The accessibility of trains to Bicol's key areas will also bolster the tourism industry in the region. Riding the Bicol Express itself would be a unique experience for tourists, as it would provide its passengers scenic views of Bicol's countryside and the breathtaking sight of the majestic Mayon volcano when the trains reach Albay. In the grander scheme of things, the rehabilitation of the Bicol Express line will enable our government to uphold our global commitment to environmental preservation. According to the International Energy Agency, or the IEA, rail accounts for 8% of the world's motorized passenger movement and 7% of freight transport, yet it uses 2% of the world's transport energy demand. A senior railway specialist at the World Bank Group even said that railways, whether diesel or electric powered, are more efficient and generate lower emissions per passenger per ton of goods than almost all movement by road. While not necessarily optimal, using diesel fuel for rail freight generates only a quarter to a third of the greenhouse gas emissions produced by trucks. Therefore, even if the Bicol Express were to run on diesel again, it would still have lesser impact on our carbon footprint than gasoline-powered car and trucks traversing the same route. We recognize the efforts of the previous administration to begin the rehabilitation of the rail system with the construction of the 380-kilometer Bicol Express line to be funded under the contract for the 142 billion PNR South Long Haul Project. Meanwhile, President Marcos has identified the development of the system among the priority projects of his administration. While the Department of Transportation has recently confirmed that the Philippines would not proceed with the $142 billion funding loan from China, we remain optimistic that the current administration will see the project to fruition. A testament to this is the recent move by the DOTR to proceed with the construction of housing units for residents in Laguna and Quezon who will be directly affected by the project. Moreover, the DOTR's decision to explore alternative financing options for the rehabilitation of the Bicol Express line presents an opportunity for government to access more cost-effective means of modernizing the Bicol Express. This strategic move could potentially yield lower implementation costs, making the project even more feasible and impactful. Ang akin naman pong mungkahi ay idaan po natin sa PPP o Public-Private Partnership kung nararapat, upang mabigyan ng karampatang pondo ang proyekto. Ang kailangan po natin ay express na solusyon at express din na aksyon. Panahon na po upang ibalik sa mapa ang Bicol sa pamamagitan ng pagbuhay ng Bicol Express. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, revitalizing the Bicol Express line is not merely a matter of infrastructure. It is a testament to our commitment to progress and development. It is about ensuring that all Filipinos, regardless of their location, have access to the opportunities and resources they deserve. The renaissance of the Bicol Express line will serve not only as an economic driver, but as a powerful engine that would bridge communities and realize dreams, while safeguarding the heritage of the Bicolanos. I trust that we will be united behind this cause as we build a future where our railways bind our nation's provinces to the heart of Metro Manila, propelling us towards greater inclusivity and prosperity. Marahay na hapon and Diyos mabalos sa Indogabos.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bordado for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized to interpellate the Honorable Yamsuan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am just a bit intrigued, but at the same time, elated by the privileged speech of Representative Yamsuan, virtually declaring the renaissance of the so-called Bicol Express. You know, Mr. Speaker, as early as 2018, this so-called renaissance was already being bruited about, prompting many Bicolanos, including me, of course, to hope for the best. Yet, it's now 2023, and everything seems to be in a state of limbo, Mr. Speaker. Just before the start of our budget hearing, the Department of Transportation categorically accepted the difficulty of implementing the Bicol Express project because its principal financier, a Chinese banking institution, backed out. I just hope, Mr. Speaker, that the so-called renaissance of the Bicol Express will be truly achieved this time. I am just wondering, Mr. Speaker, how this will be financed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, distinguished colleague from the province of Camarines Sur. Yesterday, the Secretary of the Department of Transportation held a press conference during a forum that was hosted by the economic journalist, where he also expressed that the countries like India, Japan, and South Korea have already given their intention to fund railway projects in the Philippines. And one of them that they're looking for is the Bicol Express project. So I am optimistic, Mr. Speaker, that with the recent withdrawal of our loan agreement with China, that I am sure that with the countries mentioned by our secretary, I think it is a very optimistic day for us because we just had our Japanese Prime Minister visit this halls of Congress. And I think with the funding from JICA, ADB, and other financial institutions, our dream of realizing a Bicol Express line in our lifetime will be realizable. Ang kailangan lang po natin, Mr. Speaker, ay talagang pagtuunan ng pansin at laging paalalahanan ng ating pamahalaan na huwag tayong kakalimutan sa mga proyektong kanilang binabalangkas pagdating ng panahon.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, you are telling us that the Department of Transportation is looking for another financier for this project?
Yes, because the Secretary of Transportation said that the withdrawal of the ODA agreement with China was necessary because, as you said, since early as 2018, this was discussed. But unfortunately, because of the lack of progress that happened during the negotiation, we really had to withdraw and find other solutions to really realize our dream of having a Bicol Express project.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Yamsuan was telling us about the possibility of negotiating with the government of Japan.
Japan, India, and South Korea, Mr. Speaker.
Japan and South Korea.
And India. They have given their intentions of funding railway projects all over the Philippines. And one that was mentioned was the South Long Haul Project, or commonly known as Bicol Express.
Mr. Speaker, I really do hope that everything will be achieved. And as stated by my colleague here, the Bicol Express has been playing a critical role in the lives of many Bicolanos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague from Camarines Sur.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Yamsuan and the interpellation of the Honorable Bordado be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the privileged speech of the Honorable Yamsuan, along with the interpellations of the Honorable Bordado, are hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there are still number of colleagues who wish to avail of the privilege hour, may I move for the extension of the privilege hour?
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of the privilege hour is hereby extended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Sia Alonto Adjong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the First District of Lanao del Sur, the Honorable Adjong, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, All praise is due to Allah, the sovereign creator of the universe, the God of no equal. Peace and blessings be upon the progeny of the Prophet, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and to his fortunate companions. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address this honorable chamber and to speak about terror. Mr. Speaker, the terror of uncertainty, of an unending siege, of the shadow of endless conflict, to live not knowing whether there'll be food, water, or even clean air in the next hour, to live not knowing where to escape or to turn to live not knowing whether you'd be alive in the next few minutes, and to live in a life consistently under siege. The life, Mr. Speaker, a life that is reality of the citizens of Gaza for decades, and which has become even more grim since October 7th of this year. Mr. Speaker, let us paint a haunting and tragic portrait of the humanitarian nightmare happening now in Gaza. Imagine a sprawling enclave of 2.2 million Palestinians, where nearly half of the population is innocent children. Their lives are ensnared within the suffocating grip of the Israeli Defense Force, or the IDF, an iron-fisted regime that has imposed a ruthless stranglehold on every facet of their existence. Mr. Speaker, Gaza, a place where the sky, the land, and the sea all bear the heavy chains of an unrelenting blockade. This prison without walls, this dystopian reality is marked by a terrifying landscape of endless checkpoints manned by the Israeli Defense Force. At these checkpoints, Mr. Speaker, the people of Gaza are compelled to beg for permission to plead for their meager freedom, their passports clasped in trembling hands, to move from one village to another, Mr. Speaker, from one corner from their home to the next. They must grovel for approval from the IDF, like prisoners in their own land. And the torment, Mr. Speaker, does not stop there. Under the shadow of what Amnesty International chillingly dubs the occupation of water, the Israeli authorities exercise total control over the water resources, infrastructure, and pricing in Gaza. In this desolate realm, the average Palestinian is forced to survive on a paltry of 20 to 70 liters of water each day, a pitiful ration that falls far below the United Nations recommended minimum of 100 liters daily. Meanwhile, just beside their parched homes, the average Israeli settler in Gaza revels in a staggering 300 liters of water daily, a stark contrast that serves as a bitter reminder of the stark disparities in this tale of two worlds. In the eyes of international humanitarian rights organizations, be they from Israel, Palestine, or the United Nations, this brutal reality is unequivocally labeled an apartheid regime. The suffering, the injustice, the heart-wrenching disparity of life in Gaza paints a portrait of anguish, a symphony of despair, and a glaring testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of insurmountable adversity. Mr. Speaker, on October 7, 2023, this living nightmare reached a ghastly peak. Hamas militants were able to breach into Israel's blockade barriers, which resulted to abduction and death of residents therein. In retaliation, the Gaza Strip has been bombarded and assaulted day in and day out for more than a month, and up to this very day, Mr. Speaker. The targeting of innocent civilians is terror, full stop. It is terror for concert-goers to die in a hole of bullets. It is terror for innocent children to die in a bombing campaign. It is terror for civilians to be taken hostage. It is terror for civilians to be forcibly taken from their homes and imprisoned without trial. It is terror to shoot rockets indiscriminately onto civilian homes and infrastructure. It is terror to drop bombs indiscriminately onto the same. Let us not mince words, Mr. Speaker, whether by a hand of an insurgent or a militant or by the orders of a state's military. Terror is terror, and this terror must stop. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in Gaza has been dubbed a textbook case of genocide. That is the expert opinion of not this representation, but an Israeli scholar, Ras Segal, Associate Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University. And I quote, "Under international law, the crime of genocide is defined by the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. It is murderous attack on Gaza. Israel has loudly proclaimed this intent. Israel Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant declared it in no uncertain terms on October 9th of this year that they are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we will act accordingly." This unquote. This dehumanizing language is clearly calculated to justify the wide-scale destruction of Palestinian lives. Mr. Speaker, the UN Genocide Convention lists 5 acts that fall under its definition. Israel is currently perpetrating 3 of these in Gaza. 1, killing members of the group. 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. And 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. The Israeli force, face its own account, has so far dropped more than 6,000 bombs on Gaza, which is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. This demonstrates clearly what Gallant means by act accordingly, not targeting individual Hamas militants as Israel claims, but unleashing deadly violence against Palestinians in Gaza as such, in the language of the UN Genocide Convention. Unquote. Human animals, Mr. Speaker, mga hayop na nakatawang tao. In another speech, Gallant said, and I quote, "Gaza will not return to what it was once before. We will eliminate everything." Unquote. Uubusin natin silang lahat kung tayo i-define o ita-translate sa ating sariling wika. Mr. Speaker, as pointed out by Professor Segal, the intent demonstrated by these and many other statements from Israeli officials, coupled with their actions of killing, causing severe harm and imposing conditions of life intended to result in physical destruction, amounts to genocide. He is not alone in this assessment, Mr. Speaker. UN special rapporteurs have warned that time is running out to prevent a genocide in Gaza. The escalating horrors have reached a critical juncture, leading to the resignation of Craig Mukabir, director of the New York office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. In his resignation letter, he declared that like the tragedies of the Tutsis, the Bosnian Muslims, Yazidis, and Rohingya, we are failing to prevent a genocide of Palestine. Mr. Speaker, in the month since October 7, we have borne witness to countless horrors visited upon the people of Gaza. As of November 2, 2023, a heart-wrenching tally emerges. 3,600 innocent children, their lives mercilessly snuffed out in Gaza. UNICEF, their cries echoing through history, has denounced it as a collective stain on our humanity. More than 45 families' entire legacies were obliterated from the census. Mr. Speaker, their existence erased permanently. In the relentless crucible of conflict, the number became haunting refrain. A staggering 9,000 souls have perished during these hostilities. Among them, a nightmarish account unfolds. Over 1,400 souls lost during the gruesome acts of terror on October 7th, and a further 5,000 souls vanishing into the abyss during the ceaseless, brutal siege that chokes the life of Gaza. The devastation knows no bound, Mr. Speaker, and the weight of these numbers is a harrowing testament to the depths of human suffering. Mr. Speaker, parents in Gaza have begun to write on the forearms of their children so that if a bomb or the resulting debris would mangle their child's corpse, they would be able to identify them. We must recognize that with the death of innocents, we must recognize, Mr. Speaker, that with the death of innocents in Gaza, in Israel, in the West Bank, we too are victims. It is our shared humanity which has helped us endure so much that it mangled alongside the bodies of children. Mr. Speaker, Gaza remains under siege. Gaza is continuously bombarded. Each new airstrike followed quickly with the refrain, "There was a Hamas terrorist there." In bakeries and fishing boats, in hospitals and ambulances, in churches and in mosques, in universities and in schools, there seems to be a Hamas terrorist everywhere. Fire rains down from the skyline like an unforgiving storm. In the downpour, it has leveled the entire residential block. A flood of dust and debris carrying away a people's culture, a people's heritage, their very soul. It is a typhoon of death that takes away life and hope. If you view these atrocities as religious or ideological, I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to disassociate yourself from that thought. Jews, Muslims, and Christians, Arabs and non-Arabs, shelter side by side in those hospitals and churches. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are Christian Palestinians. Their bodies mangled together by the IDF bombs. They're buried side by side in the rubble. Their crime? Being a Palestinian. International law vehemently condemns such heinous acts. The very essence of its principles underscores that those not actively involved in hostilities must be shielded from the horrors of violence, degradation, and inhumanity. Yet, in a macabre twist, combatants and innocent bystanders are bound together, seemingly awaiting their collective demise in an unfathomable form of punishment. Mr. Speaker, the sinister question to relocate under the ominous shadow of violence and death morphs into a nightmarish tableau of forced displacement. These grave offenses are not mere transgressions. They are brazen affronts to the very core of international law. The deliberate targeting of hospitals, ambulances, schools, churches, aid workers, and the press evokes a chilling symphony of illegality that reverberates across the global stage, a dark drama of lawlessness and inhumanity. To this day, Mr. Speaker, 134 Filipinos remain in Gaza. However, only 43 of them have indicated their intent to be repatriated. The rest are unable to leave. I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that they cannot leave, as doing so would mean being forcibly separated from their Palestinian spouses and potentially even from their children. As a husband and a father, I cannot fathom leaving my wife and children, my family, in the midst of a siege. Every explosion reported in the news would ignite the darkness fears in the heart. The sheer uncertainty of their well-being would be an unbearable burden to carry. Article 15, Section 1 of our Constitution explicitly, and I quote, recognizes the Filipino family as the foundation of the nation, and as such, the state is tasked with strengthening its solidarity. This principle, Mr. Speaker, is deeply embedded in our laws, in our official actions, reiterated time and again through our laws and judicial decisions, that the state, and I quote, recognizes the sanctity of family life and shall protect and strengthen the family as a fundamental, self-governing social institution, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the effort of the Department of Foreign Affairs in assisting our citizens and their families in Gaza. We commend their courage and their resilience. We want to impress upon them that our citizens are entitled to the protection of our Constitution, which holds the unity of their families as sacrosanct. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we urgently implore the DFA and all foreign embassies, their partners, involved in this, Mr. Speaker, to allow our citizens and their families to return home to the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we align ourselves with the prevailing sentiment of the international community and demand an immediate cessation of hostilities. Gaza is in dire need of essential humanitarian aid, and it is our moral duty to ensure its uninterrupted flow to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people. Yet, Mr. Speaker, our responsibilities extend beyond humanitarian assistance. We must resolutely advocate for a return to the negotiating table, a renewed commitment to upholding agreements that pave the way for a just and enduring peace. This means, Mr. Speaker, breaking the chains of the blockade, dismantling the structures of apartheid, and heralding the birth of a fully recognized Palestinian state under the two-state solution. It is our collective duty, Mr. Speaker, to stand for these principles, championing the cause of lasting peace in a region ravaged by conflict for far too long. For all those who have perished, ceasefire now. For all those who remain, ceasefire now. For all that is good in humanity, ceasefire now. Peace, mercy, and blessings upon the people of Palestine. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
But, Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez?
I wish to interpolate the honorable gentleman from Lanao del Sur if he will accept my intervention.
The Honorable Adjong?
I will be glad to exchange views with the
Honorable Rufus
honorable
Rodriguez may
gentleman
proceed.
from Cagayan de Oro.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman from Lanao del Sur. This conflict in Israel and the Palestinian people, when did it really start, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the topic of this particular privileged speech of mine is about the October 7th and what resulted after that. But the conflict, if the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro wishes this humble representation to respond to the conflict in general between Palestine and Israel, it started in 1940s when the Balfour Declaration, meaning seizing the lands of the Palestinians in order to allow the establishment of a Zionist regime in Israel. The Arabs call this Nakba. 750,000 innocent Palestinians were forcibly displaced. And this is the start, Mr. Speaker, of the conflict that we are seeing now. For 75 years, Mr. Speaker, the conflict has been going on since 1948, if I'm not mistaken.
1948, that's correct, when the United Nations allowed Ben-Gurion and the other leaders of Israel to occupy Palestinian lands. And going now to the recent conflict, which has a very, dangerous prospects of a wider regional conflict. What is the stand of the honorable gentleman as to the two-state solution, Israel as a state and the recognition of Palestine as another state?
Mr. Speaker, that is the most viable solution in order to address the 75-year conflict between Palestine and Israel. In fact, it has already been agreed upon in 1993. If I'm not mistaken, the late Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin of Israel, and with his counterpart, the chairman of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the late Yasser Arafat, whom, if I may, Mr. Speaker, mentioned that a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Yasser Arafat, agreed, Mr. Speaker, this is brokered by the United States in 1994, agreed that there will be two independent separate states. One is for the Palestinian and one for the Israeli state, Mr. Speaker. And this has been agreed between the leaders of these two countries. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after the signing of that Camp David Accord, they called it the Camp David Accord, the Israeli government fails, Mr. Speaker, up to now, to honor the signature in recognizing a Palestinian state. The Israeli government has control, a total control over the water resources over the in and out local trades, in and out going to Gaza, in out of Gaza. A common resident of Gaza, a Palestinian, needs to secure permit from the IDF in order to visit another village. There's an ongoing blockade. They call it the sea blockade. And the land that is also being controlled, the transportation, logistics are also being controlled by the Israeli government. No state can survive in that kind of situation, which is a blatant violation of the two-state solution. If we are to really be serious about giving rights and freedom to the Palestinian people so that this conflict may be resolved once and for all, then Israel must recognize the existence of a Palestinian state, meaning to say they need to move away from the remaining Palestinian lands declared under the Oslo Accord, which is basically the essence of a two-state solution, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Precisely, Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin were given the Nobel Prize. And would you know what happened to Prime Minister Rabin?
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when he went back, I don't know if that incident happened in Israel or in Tel Aviv. He was assassinated.
That's correct.
Mr. Speaker, because, I've read reports that the culprit that was apprehended, the gunman was apprehended, and the reason that he assassinated Yitzhak Rabin is that because of agreeing to a two-state solution, meaning giving lands to the Palestinian as an independent state.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you go to Israel now, the site where he was assassinated is now called Rabin Square. And precisely, there were fundamentalist Israelis who did not agree, and Rabin was assassinated. And his death does not mean that the two-state solution will not be in force. I agree with the honorable gentleman from Lanao del Sur, has a full grasp of the situation in the Middle East, especially in the areas of Israel and the Palestine areas. That the only way forward really to stop the war is a two-state solution. And that is why do you agree with the Philippine government in abstaining in the United Nations resolution?
I understand the reasoning of our representative to the UN, that the resolution did not mention anything about Hamas being a terrorist organization and the killing which resulted when they were able to breach the blockade, the Israeli IDF headquarters, that resulted to the killings and murder and death of one OFW. And I completely understand where he's coming from. But it would have been better, because the resolution calls for a cessation of hostilities to allow a peace corridor in order for the humanitarian aid, international humanitarian aid, to come into Gaza. And though I understand the position of our representative to the UN, but my personal take on that is it would have been better expressing our stand for peace and security in the Middle East had we voted in favor of allowing the humanitarian aid enter into Gaza, Mr. Speaker, because this would also in line with the official statement of Malacanang that the President himself, President Bongbong Marcos himself said, join the international call for de-escalation in the conflict area, Mr. Speaker.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with our government. I disagree with the Department of Foreign Affairs and the ambassador for casting an abstention vote in this particular case, because it was a resolution for a ceasefire. And the only way to stop the killings in the Hamas area, the Gaza Strip, is really to have a ceasefire. The Israelis already secured their pound of flesh. More than 10,000 have been killed already. Well, you cannot compare, the numbers like 1,004 for Israelis and 10,000 for the Palestinians. But this particular, Mr. Speaker, this conflict will never end, and it might result in a wider conflagration if first there is no ceasefire that should have been done. So we urge those who has the power, like the United States, because apparently the United Nations, there can be vetoes during the Security Council by the United States. There can be a resolution which may not be able to have really the teeth to stop the war, but I believe that for humanity to be able to proceed with a peaceful coexistence between Israel and also the Palestinian Authority, the time has come when the Philippine government should be able to insist and to be able to promote a two-state solution. Palestine state and Israel already an existing state. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the sponsor, our gentleman from Lanao del Sur, if there is a Palestinian state, what will be the configuration of the Palestinian state?
Mr. Speaker, in the current geographical location of the Palestinian states, it appears, Mr. Speaker, that there are two separate areas considered to be a Palestinian land. One is the Gaza, where the current conflict is happening. And there's West Bank, where Jerusalem is located, Mr. Speaker. In the West Bank, the popular political outcry and supported by the populace in West Bank is the Fatah advocacy. Fatah meaning the Palestinian Liberation Organization, where they're actually pushing for a two-state solution. In Gaza, Mr. Speaker, in 2006 elections, where they held the Palestinian local elections, Hamas won in that election, meaning Gaza is where the Hamas group is actually operating or has a predominant influence in Gaza. And that is where now the conflict is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the map of Palestine, it has absurdity because you need to pass through first the Israeli territory before you can get into West Bank. But let me just point out, Mr. Speaker, that in West Bank, there is no, or there has a minimal support to Hamas advocacy, Mr. Speaker. But they're continuously suffering displacement because Israeli government is very active in their resettlement program in areas, seizing away the remaining lands for the Palestinians, Mr. Speaker. So this conflict, Mr. Speaker, speaks of two things. One is the current conflict in Gaza, and the other one is the ongoing and continuous program and policy of the Israeli government to seize the remaining lands of Palestinians. And so if we are really to support and really push for a two-state solution, we must also recognize at the same time that Israel needs to stop their blockade on Gaza and to stop seizing the remaining lands of the Palestinian people, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes, in fact, we have the Gaza Strip along the Mediterranean coast, and of course the West Bank, which was really part before of Jordan. Now, how about Hebron? How about the areas not in the West Bank, but part of Israel, but where the Palestinian Authority are present? Well, like Hebron, are you not going to include it in the Palestinian state?
Yes, I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the two areas that in the map are considered to be a part or have already declared as part of the Palestinian lands. Hebron, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, is still continuously being pushed as part of the Palestinian land, but this is contested area, Mr. Speaker. I believe some parts of the Golan Heights and some areas in the northern part, Mr. Speaker, are still also being deliberated and being declared a part of the Israeli government in Israeli territory. The uniqueness, Mr. Speaker, of this situation is that The only country that is expanding, Mr. Speaker, is Israel. It's expanding the territory outside and within the areas of Palestine. But if that is, Mr. Speaker, the part of the expansion or part of declaring or recognizing a really, truly a Palestinian state, then I think there has to be first go back to the basics and declare these two areas, Gaza and Palestine and West Bank, as part of the Palestinian lands. Other areas, Mr. Speaker, may be also included. And I also re-echo the statement of the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro that the Philippines has to join the international pressure for the Israeli government and to the Palestinian authorities, Palestinian government, to sit down and go back to the basics, to go back to the agreed negotiation. And but prerequisite of that, maybe, Mr. Speaker, is for the Israeli government to recognize that Gaza Strip has the right, the people in the Gaza has the right to exist. Stop the blockade. And step one, stop this war.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. But in fact, the reason why West Bank and the Golan Heights of Syria were, including Jerusalem, was taken by the Israelis was because in 1967 there was a war. Yeah. And in that war, Israel was surrounded by Egypt, by Jordan, and by Syria. And the problem was, in that war, they were surrounding Israel, but they lost in 7 days. All of these countries lost to Israel. Nakabawi lang sa Yom Kippur War when Egypt had a good plan to attack. But then there was a ceasefire. So you are saying, my distinguished colleague, that if we have a Palestinian state, it should consist of Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and also the West Bank. Now, would Abbas leave Hebron and go to the West Bank to be able to be, just to give, for example, to give already the Israelis their land, which is what they're occupying now. And then we have to agree that Jerusalem is already, East and West Jerusalem are already in the hands of the Israel state. Would you agree to that? That Jerusalem, where we have the Jews, we have the Christians, and we have the Muslims together, would the Palestinian Authority agree that the Jerusalem would now really be territory of Israel? That's one of the issues, Mr. Speaker. What does the gentleman say about that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I cannot speak for the PLO and I cannot speak for the
What do you think? Because you are in full grasp of this. What do you think about this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we really go back to the two-state solution, Jerusalem was declared as part of the West Bank, and therefore a capital of the West Bank. But there are also calls in the by the international community and perhaps in the UN, since mentioned by the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, that the Abrahamic faith reside alongside by side the Christians, Jews, and Muslims. There have been calls by the international community to consider Jerusalem as part of an international so-called neutral area. But if I were to be, Mr. Speaker, to be asked my personal take on this, it should be part of the Palestinian state as a capital. Because if we go back to history, Mr. Speaker, all the people there that inhabited these lands in Jerusalem, Mr. Speaker, were considered to be Palestinian lands, Mr. Speaker.
That is a very good opinion, but the situation is there can be no two-state solution if Jerusalem will be given to the West Bank. That's already, it's already been how many years, about more than 50 years that they are already there. So these are things, Mr. Speaker, that have to really be threshed out. These are problems of the two-state solution. But I believe that it has to be done. Otherwise, the killings will continue. Innocent civilians, children are dying now in the Gaza Strip. And I always, look at it and I say, how can this still happen in this age? And that is why I am fully agreeable with the statement of the honorable gentleman from Lanao del Sur that it's about time that the Philippines would really first strongly call for a ceasefire. The further incursion of the Israeli army into the West Bank territory is really war against the Palestinians, including its civilians. So there should be a ceasefire, and the Philippines should have voted in favor of the resolution asking for a ceasefire. Allow the crossing in Rafah border, the crossing of innocent civilians and foreign nationals, including our Filipinos who are now in the Gaza area. And then they should allow the humanitarian aid to come in. It's not enough. There should be more humanitarian convoys of trucks to be able to help our hapless Palestinians who are there in the South Gaza, but many are still left in northern Gaza. And then third, Mr. Speaker, we should strongly insist already on our foreign policy should be towards the two-state solution. That is a matter of now with since the Camp David Accord, which has been quite some time, that can now follow and also secure boundaries that are now being held. So I see that if there is no two-state solution, Mr. Speaker, the war would continue. It may stop for a while, just like when it stopped after 1967, the Yom Kippur War, but it will again erupt because the Palestinians have no state. And it's about time that we, the Philippines, should look at all of this, and the way towards peace is, our Lanao del Sur representative is correct, is to be able to have a two-state solution. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate our distinguished colleague from Lanao del Sur, who really has a very, very comprehensive grasp of the situation of Israel vis-a-vis the Palestinians in the Middle East. And I congratulate him, and I join him in his call, one, for an immediate ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza, the lifting of the controls in Rafah to allow foreigners to get out and others. And then very importantly, the way to go forward, Mr. Speaker, is to have a two-state solution, Israel as a state, the Palestinians another state. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much to the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro for joining the call for ceasefire. Dagang salamat, Manong Rufus.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Sia Adjong, as well as the interpretation of the Honorable Rodriguez to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
The privileged speech of the Honorable Zia Adyong, as well as the very interesting discussion that ensued as a result of the interpellation of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the party list Kabataan for his privileged speech.
The gentleman from the party list Kabataan, the Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Mapagpalayang araw, Mr. Speaker. Nauna magsalita ang ating kapwa mambabatas hinggil sa nangyayari sa Gaza. Bilang kinatawan ng kabataan, nais ko rin pong ipahayag ang aming tindig sa isyu na ito. Sisimulan ko ang talumpating ito sa kwento ng kapwa ko kabataan, si Mohamed Amir, 20 years old, isang Filipino-Palestinian. Noong October 31, bumiyahe siya ng 5 oras mula sa probinsya niya sa Pampanga para makiisa sa kilos protesta sa harap ng Israeli Embassy para ipanawagan ang pagpapatigil ng pambobomba sa Gaza at brutal na pamamaslang sa mga Palestino. Para kay Mohammed, buhay at kamatayan ang kanyang tinataya sa pagsali sa naging protesta. Ang kanyang pamilya ay bahagi ng halos 2 milyong taong naninirahan sa Gaza Strip ngayon. Kabilang dito ang kanyang tatay, lolo at 7 pang kapatid. Balak na sana nilang lumikas sa gitna ng kaguluhan, ngunit sa panibagong bugso ng mas malulupit na atake ng Israeli forces sa Gaza sa nakaraang mga linggo, di na po sila nakaalis. Mula noong sumali siya sa protesta, halos 4 na araw na ring walang ugnay si Mohammed sa kanyang pamilya. Halimbawa lamang ito ng araw-araw na danas ng mamamayang Palestino at iba pang kapwa Pilipino na naaapektuhan ng mga atake sa Gaza. Sa pinakahuling tala ng mga otoridad sa Gaza, malapit na sa 10,000 ang pinatay na Palestino, kasama ang 6,400 na mga bata at kababaihan, at 26,000 na ang sugatan. Winasak na rin ang 3 universidad, 3 simbahan, 16 na ospital, 55 moske, at 48,500 na mga bahay at housing unit. Nanganganib ang nalalabi pang populasyon sa Gaza, kung saan 47% nito o halos 1 milyon ay mga minor de edad. Sila ay matagal ng tila mga preso sa 360 na kilometrong kahabaan ng Gaza Strip. Ngayon, pinutulan pa sila ng Israeli forces ng linya ng pagkain, tubig, komunikasyon at langis mula sa labas. Bawat araw, patuloy na tumataas ang bilang ng nasawi at naaapektuhan ng pinsala. Mr. Speaker, nasa 18,000 na toneladang bomba na ang pinaulan ng pamahalaan ng Israel sa Gaza sa nakaraang 3 linggo. Ito ay higit pa sa 15,000 na toneladang bomba atomika na binagsak ng US Hiroshima noong World War II. Hindi man naranasan ng mga kabataan ang lagim ng World War II at ang pasistang pamamaslang ng Nazi Germany ni Hitler sa milyon-milyong Hudyo, pero malinaw pa sa sikat ng araw ang nangyayari. Hindi ito simpleng giyera. Saan ba naman tayo makakakita ng giyera na mga sibilyan ang pinapahamak ng walang kalaban-laban? Hindi noong October 7 nagsimula ang mga kaganapan sa Palestine. Batay sa datos ng UN, mula 2008 hanggang August 2023, o bago pa man October 7, nasa 6,400 na mamamayang Palestino ang namatay at mahigit 150,000 ang sugatan, habang nasa 300 naman ang nasawi at mahigit 6,000 ang sugatan sa panig ng Israel. Sa unang tingin, mukhang alitan ng relihiyon lamang ang nangyari sa Palestine. Kaya mainam na balikan natin ang ugat ng usaping ito. Dati, bahagi ng Ottoman Empire ang Palestine. Ngunit bago matapos ang World War I at bago tuluyang bumagsak ang Ottoman Empire, sinamantala ng imperialistang Britanya ang pagkakataon. Sa pamamagitan ng nabanggit kanina na 1917 Balfour Declaration, ipinangako ng Britanya sa mayamang bangkerong Briton at leader Zionista na si Lord Rothschild ang pagtatag ng Estado ng Israel na mangangahulugan ng okupasyon ng Palestine sa pamamagitan ng pambobomba at pagpapalaya sa mga Palestino sa ngalan ng mga Hudyo. Isa itong anyo ng diskriminasyon batay sa lahi na laganap na kaisipan sa mga imperialistang gobyerno at nagbibigay katwiran sa pang-aalipin at pangongolonya. Dagdag pa riyan, ang pangako ng imperialistang Britanya na ipagkaloob ang mga lupain ng Palestine sa grupo ni na Lord Rothschild nang walang konsiderasyon sa mga Palestino ay hindi nalalayo sa 1898 Treaty of Paris, kung saan pinasa ng Espanya ang Pilipinas sa kasunod na mananakop, ang Estados Unidos. Upang maisakatuparan ang pangako kay Lord Rothschild, formal na idineklara ng imperialistang Britanya at US ang pagtatag sa Israel noong 1948. Para magawa ito, 15,000 na mga Palestino ang pinatay mula 1947 hanggang 1949. At ang massacre na ito ay tinatawag na Nakba o Dilubyo sa wikang Arabo. Gamit ang serye ng mga digma at sapilitang pagpapalayas, pinalawak ng umuokupang Israel ang kontrol nito sa lupain ng Palestine. At ang natitirang lupain para sa 5.5 million na mga Palestino ay ang Gaza Strip at ang West Bank, kabilang ang East Jerusalem. Dahil dito, umusbong ang iba-ibang anyo ng pakikibaka ng mamamayang Palestino para sa kanilang pagpapalaya. Kaya, muli, ang nasasaksihan po natin ay hindi simpleng gera. Isa itong krimen laban sa sangkatauhan. Mga kababayan, this is a genocide. Pag-ubos ng lahi. Para sa mga Palestino, ang kanilang lupang ninuno, kabilang ang Gaza, ay nagsisilbing kanilang kulungan at libingan. Ang kahihinatnan ng mga atake ng Israel ay ang pagpuksa sa mga Palestino. 75 years nang okupado ang Palestine. Hanggang ngayon, nagiging posible pa rin ang ganitong okupasyon dahil sa pagsuporta ng gobyerno ng Estados Unidos sa gobyerno ng Israel. Hinaharangan o di kaya'y pinalalabnaw ng Estados Unidos ang mga resolusyon ng UN na kumukondena sa mga abuso at paglabag sa karapatan ng mga mamamayang Palestino. Ngayon, gobyerno ng Israel ang siyang pinakamalaking tumatanggap ng dayuhang tulong pinansyal mula sa Estados Unidos at kaugnayan ng papel ng Israel bilang ipinuwestong kanang kamay sa Middle East upang tiyakin ang interes ng US sa rehiyon, lalo na sa langis. Why do the Filipino youth strongly feel about this issue? It's because we are no stranger to colonial rule and oppression in our own country. We have studied history, and we learn that our oppression is linked to oppression in other parts of the world. Like Palestine, the Philippines has been a victim of occupation by foreign powers who want to take advantage of our rich, natural, and human resources. We had our own societies before 333 years of Spanish occupation that was interrupted by the 2-year British occupation of Manila. We had our own cultures before 44 years of American occupation, 4 years of Japanese occupation, and almost 8 decades under the era of modern indirect colonial domination. In past invasions, foreign troops killed millions of Filipinos, including civilians and liberation fighters who offered their lives to defend our land and seas. In recent years in the Philippines, branded as terrorists are indigenous people and ethno-linguistic groups who are struggling for self-determination, for just peace, and against imperialist plunder of their ancestral domain. Philippine state forces, guided by the U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine, have subjected farmers' communities in rural areas to indiscriminate firing, shelling, and aerial bombings, driving the farmers away from their agricultural lands, which serve as their homes and sources of livelihood. We do not want similar horrors to happen or continue anywhere across the globe. Also, if we allow foreign powers and their allies to speak about human rights, rule of law, respect for the sovereignty of other countries, and assistance in protecting territories, but do not let their actions speak more than their words, then we will be at risk of being complicit with their war crimes or crimes against humanity. We are also at risk of maintaining or entering lopsided relations with those foreign powers, and whatever assistance they grant to countries in need will have strings attached and will serve their greater ulterior motives. The Philippines stands as the third largest arms buyer from Israel, with contracts worth 15 billion pesos or nearly 270 million US dollars from 2018 to 2022. These weapons have been used to kill innocent Filipinos under the bloody and sham war on drugs, and to attack civilians as part of brutal counterinsurgency operations. In securing such contracts with the Philippine government, the Israeli government is proud to have tested its military technology on no other than Palestine, which has been its laboratory for drones and surveillance technology. On top of that, these Philippine contributions to Israeli profits form part of the Israeli government's war chest against the Palestinian population. Therefore, the weapons that the Israeli government is proud to have tested through its genocide on Palestinians are the same weapons that are sources of profit to fund Israel's brutalities, and the same weapons that can further be used by our own state forces against the Filipino people. Here, we are witnesses to how the global military-industrial complex run by monopoly capitalists not only produces the arsenal to undertake a worldwide campaign of repression against anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements, but also amasses super profits from the proliferation of state-sponsored atrocities and rights violations. It is also gravely disappointing, to say the least, that the Marcos Jr. administration abstained from voting on the United Nations resolution calling to protect civilians and to uphold legal and humanitarian obligations amid the ongoing crisis. This makes the Philippines the only Southeast Asian country to not vote yes to the resolution. In this light, Mr. Speaker, I stand in this chamber as representative of the youth in Philippine Congress to express utmost condemnation of the ongoing genocide and war crimes by the Israeli government against the people of Palestine. We, the Filipino youth, believe that genocidal actions by the Israeli government do not represent the aspirations of Jewish communities. The Filipino youth also slam the spreading of fake news and lies by the Israeli government to justify the killings of thousands of Palestinians and the wholesale red tagging of dead victims, including children and youth. We are one with calls to stop the Israeli government's bombings on Gaza and to stop all attacks on civilians. We support the opening of borders that will allow the swift and immediate entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza so as to provide food, medicine, and other essential supplies, especially for the victims. We decry the political and financial support extended to the Israeli government by the US and its allies. We cannot stand by and watch as Palestinians, fellow human beings who only want to live in peace and with dignity in their homelands, are mercilessly killed with the backing of entities that claim to uphold human rights and the rule of law. We condemn the abstention of the Marcos Jr. administration in voting for the UN resolution regarding the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We strongly urge our fellow public officials in the Philippines to be one with the struggle of Palestinians for just peace and freedom. We appeal for solidarity with the Filipino youth, Palestinian youth, and millions in the whole world who are calling for an end to genocide and for accountability for all violations of international humanitarian law. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, gusto din nating sabihin na suportado natin ang mga hakbang para tiyaking ligtas ang mga Pilipino at kanilang mga pamilya na nasa Palestine, mga lupaing okupado ng Israel at mga kalapit na bansa. Higit sa lahat, dapat wakasan ang anumang poraman ng panghihimasok o okupasyon ng mga makapangyarihang bansa at ang kanilang mga kasapakat papunta sa mga bansang nagnanais na umunlad ng nakabatay sa sariling pagpapasya at hindi nakaasa o nakatali sa mga di pantay na kasunduan. Hangad natin ang tunay na kalayaan at ang kapayapaang nakabatay sa hustisya sa Pilipinas man yan o sa Palestine. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Raul Manuel to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate actions. Thank you.
The privileged speech of the Honorable Manuel is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro for her privileged speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Franz Castro of the Party List Act Teachers is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang araw, Ginoong Speaker, sa kapwa ko kinatawan at sa ating mga kababayan. Kakatapos lamang ng 2023 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan election, kaya marapat na kilalanin at pagpugayan natin ang lahat ng mga nagsilbi sa eleksyon, lalo na karamihan sa mga ito ay mga pampublikong guro at mga education support personnel. Ginampanan nila ang napakahalagang tungkulin at responsibilidad sa eleksyong ito sa kabila ng panganib at iba't ibang aberya at problema. Bagamat generally sinasabi ng COMELEC na peaceful and successful ang eleksyon, naitala ng Election Hotline Alliance of Concerned Teachers ang iba't ibang mga problema mula rito sa NCR at sa iba't ibang mga probinsya. Hindi na bago ang mga problemang ito, pero sa bawat eleksyon ay ito pa rin ang kadalasang nangyayari. Hindi pa nga nagsisimula ang mismong eleksyon ay puyat na ang inabot ng mga guro sa isang distrito ng Quezon City dahil sa kulang-kulang na bilang ng mga balota. Gutom at puyat din ang inabot ng mga guro sa pagbabalik ng mga ballot boxes at eleksyon paraphernalia dahil sa tagal ng sasakyan, umabot ng 1 hanggang 3 oras ang pag-aantay papunta sa canvassing site at pagdating doon ay mahaba pa rin ang pila, dagdag sa pag-aantay muli. May mga reports din na walang sasakyan na idineploy ang COMELEC para maibalik ang mga ballot boxes, lalo na sa mga malalayong polling sites sa probinsya. Nahirapan ang mga guro na mag-commute dahil walang available na mga public transportation, lalong sa madaling araw. May naitalaring election-related violence sa Lanao del Sur kung saan may nangyaring barilan sa pagitan ng 2 kandidato, kaya napilitan ang mga guro na umalis sa kanyang polling place at pinalitan sila ng mga military personnel bilang mga electoral board. Idagdag pa ang kaguluhan sa BARM kung saan maraming mga guro ang umatras bilang poll workers dahil sa banta sa seguridad at muntik pa nga silang makasuhan ng COMELEC. Dahil sa mga sakripisyo at kabayanihang ito ng mga guro at iba pang mga poll workers, pinananawagan muli ng representasyong ito ang kanilang mga kagyat at reasonableng mga kahilingan. Bilang kinatawan nila, inuulit ko muli dito ang panawagan ng mga guro simula pa ng mga nakaraang kongreso. Dapat nang tanggalin ang income tax o tax sa kompensasyon sa election service dahil sila pa nga ang abonado sa kanilang transportation at pagkain. Alalahanin natin na kung hindi dahil sa voluntaryong serbisyo ng mga guro at iba pang mga poll workers ay walang eleksyon na magaganap. Sa makatuwid, hindi sumasabak ang mga guro sa mga hirap at peligro ng pagiging miyembro ng BEI or EB para magkaroon ng kita or income. Dahil sa pagpataw ng buwis sa kanilang kompensasyon, nabaliwala po ang adhikain ng Election Service Reform Act ng 2016. Napakalaking bagay ang ikakaltas na 1,800 pesos hanggang 2,000 pesos dahil sa 20% na buwis. Dapat sana ay mapapakinabangan ang halagang ito na karamihan sa mga guro na nagtatrabaho ng lagpas 24 oras. may ilang mga guro ang nagre-report sa atin na alas 8 na ng umaga, kinabukasan, ang kanilang ang pagtatapos ng kanilang election service. Bago pa lamang ang eleksyon, Mr. Speaker, mayroon ng trainings na halos 5 oras at refresher session na 5 hours ulit. Bukod dito, kahit sa paghahanda ng mga presinto, bago ang araw ng eleksyon at pagsundo ng mga ballot boxes at eleksyon paraphernalia, ay naglaan na ng oras ang mga guro. Labis-labis na ang oras na ginugugol ng mga guro mula sa paghahanda, bago pa man ang araw ng eleksyon, hanggang sa pagsusumiti ng election returns, pagbabalik ng ballot boxes at eleksyon paraphernalia. Itinaas nga ang compensation, ngunit kulang pa rin ito at papatawan pa ng 20% tax na higit na mas malaking pinataw noong 2019 national election na 5% tax. At sa nagdaang eleksyon, nawala kahit 5 pa na sinisingil na buwis ang kompensasyon sa BEIs at iba pang mga poll workers. Nararapat ding mabigyan ng additional compensation ang mga poll workers na nagsilbi lagpas ng 24 na oras. Imagine ninyo, Mr. Speaker, 24 na oras na walang pahinga at walang tulog. Tulad sa nangyari sa San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, na isinabay ang plebisito bilang highly urbanized city at BSKE at iba pang mga presinto na malalaki ang bilang ng botante. Hindi mga robot at makina ang mga guro at poll workers natin na kayang kumayod ng dire-diretso ng hindi natutulog o hindi nagpapahinga. Kaya patuloy ang aming panawagan, ang kinatawang ito na mas mataas at tax-free na kompensasyon sa eleksyon. Additional compensation sa mga nag-extend ng poll work hours, seguridad at safety measures ng mga poll workers habang nasa serbisyo. Agaran na rin po nating ipasa ang House Bill na naglalaan ng na exemption sa mga tax. Kagaya po ng na-file ni Representative Harris Christopher Onchuan at Representative Kua na naglalayong gawing tax-exempt ang mga benepisyong binibigay sa mga persons rendering election service bilang pagkilala sa pagsasakripisyo ng mga guro bilang mga poll workers sa mapanganib at nakakapagod na eleksyon. Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker, sa kapwa ko'y natawan at maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate actions.
The speech of the lady from the Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged hour be extended for another 30 minutes to allow 2 more honorable members of the House to deliver their privileged speeches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is hereby extended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady, the Honorable Kong Arlene Brosas, to deliver her privileged speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the Party List Gabriela, the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation would like to register our strong opposition to the proposed Philippines-Japan Military Reciprocal Access Agreement, which may have potential implications for women victims of World War II abuses. We maintain our unwavering stance against the Reciprocal Access Agreement being proposed, recognizing the deep concerns and historical significance it holds for Filipino women, particularly those who were comfort women during the war. Just this March of 2023, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, found that the Philippines violated the rights of victims of sexual slavery perpetrated by the Imperial Japanese Army during the Second World War II by failing to provide reparation, social support, and recognition commensurate with the harm suffered. since its response to the very first official complaint by Filipino comfort women in 1944 up until its latest decision in 2014. The Philippine government has consistently maintained that it is not in the position to claim compensation from Japan. It is deeply troubling that the Japanese government, despite calls from victims and the international community, has failed to acknowledge and take full responsibility for the atrocities committed against Filipino comfort women during World War II. This situation speaks volumes about their stance on human rights and the suffering endured by women under their military occupation. The planned Philippines-Japan Military Reciprocal Access Agreement is also reminiscent of the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States, which has led to numerous cases of violence against women in our country. We cannot afford to repeat history and subject our women to further violence. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that the Japanese government issue a formal apology for the abuses committed against comfort women during World War II. The brutality and suffering endured by these women is enough for President Marcos Jr. to reconsider any military agreement with Japan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Arlene Brosas to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate actions.
The speech of the Honorable Brosas is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bonifacio Busita of One Rider Party List to deliver his privileged speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the One Rider Party List, the Honorable Bonifacio L. Busita, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa ating mga kasama, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, napakahusay po ng mga mambabatas na bumalangkas ng Republic Act No. 4136, Land Transportation and Traffic Code, at ang mga gumawa ng Executive Order Numbers 202 at 266 dahil produktado sa pang-abuso ang mga motorista at ang mga may-ari ng sasakyan. Nakakalungkot lamang po, Mr. Speaker, na dahil sa maling pagpapatupad ng ginagawa ng LTFRB, LTO, MMDA, IAC at lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, Santa Rosa City at Binyan City sa probinsya ng Laguna at Santo Tomas City sa probinsya ng Batangas, marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naaabuso at nabibiktima ng katiwalian. Mr. Speaker, mahigit 3 dekada na po, 36 years, mula noong 1987 nang lumabas ang Executive Order No. 202. Libo-libong mga sasakyan ang na-impound at pinatawa ng LTFRB ng malalaking halaga ng multa. 1 million pesos para sa mga bus, 200,000 para sa mga truck at van, 120,000 para sa mga kotse, at 50,000 naman para sa mga jeepney. Sa kasalukuyan po, ang LTFRB ay may mga naka-impound na sasakyan sa iba't ibang lugar ng ating bansa na may kabuuang bilang na 1,729 motor vehicles. Ang mga ito po ay patuloy na nasisira habang nakabilad lamang sa sikat ng araw at mga pag-ulan dahil ang LTFRB ay walang maayos na impounding facility. Mr. Speaker, isa po sa mga biktima ng maling pagpapatupad na ginagawa ng LTFRB si Mr. Julio Romualdo. Nahuli siya ng mga kawani ng LTFRB Central Office noong November 19, 2019 dahil sa akusasyong paglabag na kolorom o ilegal na pagmamasero. Sinubukan po siyang kutongan ng halagang 50,000 pesos
pero wala siyang naibigay dahil siya ay walang hanap buhay at may malubhang karamdaman. 3 beses siyang nagpapadialysis sa 1 linggo at humihingi lamang ng pera sa mga kapamilya at mga kaibigan. Nakiusap siya noon, pero ang sabi sa kanya ng isa sa mga humuli, okay lang sa akin, pero paano naman ang mga kasama ko? Mr. Speaker, kapanipaniwala po ang kwento ni Mr. Romualdo dahil ganyan ang madalas na lengguwahe ng mga abusado at mapagsamantala sa kapangyarihan. Mr. Speaker, wala siyang naibigay na suhol. Inimpound ng mga kawani ng LTFRB Central Office ang minamaneho niyang photon van na pag-aari ng kanyang ina na may plate number NBY 1899. Kasalukuyang naka-impound pa rin po ito sa LTFRB Pampanga. Yan po ang sasakyan na kanyang ginagamit kapag pumupunta ng ospital at nagpapadialysis. Dala po ni Mr. Romualdo ang kanyang medical records nang mahuli siya at makikita sa physical niyang anyo na may malubha siyang karamdaman. Pero dahil tiwali at manhid ang puso ng mga humuli sa kanya, hindi binigyan ng pansin ang kanyang kalagayan at pakiusap. Base sa mga elementong batayan sa paglabag sa kolorom, biktima siya ng maling pagpapatupad na ginagawa ng mga kawani ng LTFRB. Kaya tinulungan ko siya. Nag-file kami ng contest, pero makalipas ang maraming buwan, hindi ito pinaboran ng ahensya. Denied ang kanyang contest. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Mr. Romualdo, dumulog ako noon sa chairman ng LTFRB, pero hindi niya ako binigyan ng panahong ipaalam sa kanya ang problema at sinabi lamang niya na mag-contest na lamang uli kami. Hindi na namin ginawa ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil alam ko at alam ni Mr. Romualdo na hindi na magtatagal ang kanyang buhay. Habang hirap na hirap sa paghinga at nanginginig ang katawan ni Mr. Romualdo mula sa 2nd floor ng LTFRB Central Office, nagtanong po siya sa akin, Colonel, buhay pa kaya ako kapag na-release ang aming van? Ang sagot ko lamang po sa kanya noon, huwag kang mag-alala. Gagawin ko ang lahat para tulungan ka. Nanawagan po kami noon sa ating mga kababayan gamit ang social media para sa financial support through GCash. Dala ng kagipitan, nagagamit ni Mr. Romualdo sa pampagamot at pampadialysis ang mga natatanggap niyang pera mula sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. Speaker, hindi namin nabuo ang 200,000 pesos na pangmulta sa LTFRB. Mr. Speaker, patay na po si Mr. Romualdo. Dala ang sama ng loob at pasakit na ginawa sa kanya ng mga tiwali at mga abusado sa kapangyarihan na kawani ng LTFRB Central Office. Mr. Speaker, God is good. Sa tulong at suporta ng ating mga kababayan, nakarating po tayo dito sa Kongreso at naging member ng 19th Congress. Maliban sa ating mandato bilang mga mambabatas, tayo ay may kapangyarihan na tumugon sa iba't ibang mga issue na nagdudulot ng problema at pabigat sa buhay ng marami nating kapwa Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, dumating na po ang tamang panahon. Matapos nating ripasuhin at ikonsulta sa magagaling na abogado ang traffic laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation at ang Executive Order Number 202 of 1987, na pag-alaman po natin, illegal pala at walang kapangyarihan ang mga kawani ng LTFRB na manghuli at mag-impound ng mga sasakyan. Base po sa Executive Order Number 202 na lumabas at nilagdaan ng ating Pangulo, dating Pangulo Corazon C. Aquino noong 1987. Limitado lamang po ang kapangyarihan ng LTFRB para sa pagre-regulate ng prangkisa ng mga sasakyan at iba pang administrative functions. Kaugnay nito, wala nang iba, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hindi lamang po tayo ang nagsasabi na walang kapangyarihan at iligal ang mga ginagawa ng kawani ng LTFRB na manghuli at mag-impound ng mga sasakyan. Ganito rin po ang sinasabi ng Department of Justice, DOJ, sa inilabas nilang legal opinion na nilagdaan ni Honorable Secretary Jesus Crispin C. Remulla. Mr. Speaker, napag-alaman din po natin na iligal at hindi alinsunod sa Republic Act No. 4136, ang Executive Order No. 266 of 1987, ang matagal nang ginawa ng mga enforcers ng LTO at ng kanilang mga deputies enforcers na pag-i-impound ng mga sasakyan na sinasabing lumabag ang driver o rider sa traffic laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation at mga sasakyan na sinasabi nilang kolorom. Ang mga enforcers po ng LTO at ang kanilang mga deputized enforcers ay maaari lamang mag-issue ng Temporary Operators Permit, TOP, o ticket sa mga motorista na inaakusa nila ng paglabag sa batas trapiko o kolorom. Mr. Speaker, maaaring nakita po ng mga nanunungkulan noon na kailangang ma-impound ang mga sasakyan sa ilang mga paglabag sa batas katulad ng unregistered vehicle o expired ang registration, kolorom at iba pa. Kaya nagsulong sila ng executive order at inaproba naman ito ng dating Pangulo Corazon C. Aquino. Noong 1987, Mr. Speaker, lumabas ang Executive Order No. 266 at sa Section 1 po nito ay ipinag-utos ang pagkakaroon ng 2 service units sa LTO, ang Traffic Enforcement Service at ang Adjudication Service. Sa Section 2, Paragraph A ng Executive Order No. 266 ay sinasabi na ipagpapatuloy lamang ng Traffic Enforcement Service ang powers at functions nito sa pagpapatupad ng traffic laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation. At sa Section 3, Paragraph B naman, ang Adjudication Service ay binigyan ng kapangyarihan to order the impounding of motor vehicles and confiscation of plates or the arrest of violators of laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation. Mr. Speaker, malinaw po na ang Traffic Enforcement Service at ang Adjudication Service ng LTO ay binigyan ng Executive Order No. 266 ng magkahiwalay na kapangyarihan para higit na maging maayos ang kanilang pagpapatupad ng traffic laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation. Tama at napakahusay ng mga gumawa ng Executive Order No. 266 at dapat itong ipatupad ng pamunuan ng LTO sapagkat sa kasalukuyan, Mr. Speaker, hindi ito na ipatutupad. Nagmimistulang sentensyador ang kanilang mga enforcers at mga deputized enforcers. Duda pa lamang at wala pa silang sapat na batayan, ini-impound na nila ang sasakyan na kanilang hinuhuli at binabaliwanalan nila ang powers and functions ng adjudication service. Ilan sa kanilang mga biktima, Mr. Speaker, si Mrs. Hernandez na Bicolana na kasalukuyang naninirahan sa Laguna. Nagpahatid at dumalaw sa kanyang anak na may malubhang karamdaman sa Bicol region. Nahuli po sila ng mga kawani ng LTO. Kinumpiska ang plaka ng sasakyan at ang lisensya ng driver. Nag-contest po sila, Mr. Speaker, pero denied na maraming beses. May nag-offer kay Mrs. Hernandez na dating regional director ng LTO at tumanggap ng 100,000 pesos. Pero wala pang resulta, namatay na ang nasabing dating regional director. Humingi po ng tulong sa akin si Mrs. Hernandez, pero ganun pa rin, denied pa rin ang ipinataw sa kanyang contest ng LTO. Mr. Speaker, ang kapamilya po ni Mrs. Hernandez na naging dahilan kung bakit sila pumunta sa Bicol Region ay patay na rin. At yung pong isang kasama niya na sakay sa van na buntis, nagdadalang tao, namatay din po ang anak niya dahil na-stress sa ginawang asal ng nasabing enforcer. Mr. Speaker, hanggang ngayon po, nasa LTO pa rin ang van ni Mrs. Hernandez at ang kanya pong driver ay mahigit ng 3 taon na walang hanap buhay. Maliban pa dyan, Mr. Speaker, may isang Bicolano taxi driver. May malubharing karamdaman ang kanyang ina. Nagpahatid sa Bicol. Unfortunately, nahuli sila ng enforcers ng LTO Region 5 at inakusan din ng paglabag na kolorom. In less than 1 week, Mr. Speaker, namatay din ang ina ng taxi driver. Maliban pa dyan, Mr. Speaker, marami na pong humingi ng tulong sa atin ng mga driver ng van na nahuli at na-impound ang kanilang sasakyan. Kinumpiska ang lisensya ng driver at nawala ng hanap buhay. May nakaranas na rin po na dahil sa kagipitan, ang kanyang asawa ay napilitang mangibang bansa at doon maghanap buhay. Nakakalungkot, Mr. Speaker, na dahil sa maling trabaho ng LTO, ang nasabing driver ay iniwanan na ng kanyang asawa at sumama na sa iba. Mr. Speaker, hindi na po mabilang ang mga kababayan nating drivers na nasira ang hanap buhay dahil sa maling pagpapatupad ng batas na ginagawa ng LTO, kabilang ang mga drivers na inakasuhan ng pagmamaneho ng kolorom na sasakyan na kinumpiska ng lisensya at mga drivers na expired ang rehistro ng sasakyan na hindi nila pag-aari at dahil diyan po, kinumpiska ang kanilang lisensya at hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay wala pa rin silang hanap buhay dahil ang mga may-ari ng nasabing sasakyan ay hindi nagsettle ng multa sa LTO. Mr. Speaker, noong 2014, may lumabas na Joint Administrative Order number 2014-01. Ilan sa mga nilalaman nito ang pag-i-impound ng sasakyan sa ilang mga paglabag, kabilang ang mga hindi rehistradong motor vehicles at mga kolorom na sasakyan. Mr. Speaker, tanging mga paglabag at mga kaukulang multa lamang ang mga nakasaad sa nasabing administrative order at hindi rin nabanggit dito na ang mga enforcers ng LTO at kanilang mga deputized enforcers ay may kapangyarihang mag-impound ng mga sasakyan. Sa makatuwid, Mr. Speaker, Executive Order number 266 ang dapat sundin ng LTO na walang kapangyarihan ang kanilang enforcers at mga deputized enforcers na mag-impound ng sasakyan, maliban kung dumaan sa due process at may kautusan sa kanila ang adjudication service. Mr. Speaker, kapareho ng LTFRB at ng LTO ang ipinatutupad ng MMDA ay Act at ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, Santa Rosa City, Binyan City ng probinsya ng Laguna at Santo Tomas City ng probinsya ng Batangas na pag-impound sa mga sasakyan na may paglabag sa batas trapiko, traffic code o ordinansa ay labag sa batas. Base po ito sa Section 62 Article 3 ng Republic Act number 4136 na nagsasabi po, no provincial board, city or municipal board or council shall enact or enforce any ordinance or resolution in conflict with the provisions of this act, or prohibiting any deputy or agent of the Commission to enforce this act within their respective territorial jurisdiction, and the provisions of any charter to the contrary notwithstanding. Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law. Walang sino man, pribado o nanunungkulan o ahensya ng pamahalaan ang may kapangyarihan na hihigit pa sa idinidikta ng batas. Alam nating lahat ito, Mr. Speaker. Ang problema lamang po, may ilang mga nanunungkulan ang nakakalimot dito at ginagaya na lamang ang ginagawa ng iba. Mr. Speaker, may mga pamamaraan para panagutin ang mga motorista at mga may-ari ng sasakyan na lumalabag sa batas at mga ordinansa, pero hindi po sa pamamaraang lumalabag rin sa batas ang mga tagapagpatupad. Hindi rin sa pamamaraang naabuso ang mga motorista at mga may-ari ng sasakyan, at hindi rin sa pamamaraang binibigyan pa nila ng armas ang ilang mga abusado at ilang mga tiwali nilang kawani sa pamamagitan ng maling pagpapatupad ng batas. Mr. Speaker, dahil sa maling pagpapatupad na ginagawa ng mga nabanggit na ahensya at mga nabanggit na lokal na pamahalaan na pag-i-impound ng mga sasakyan, marami sa ating mga kababayan ang napipilitang magsuhol o magbayad ng multa kahit na questionable ang panghuhuli at pag-i-impound sa kanilang sasakyan. Ang iba naman sa kanila ay isinasakripisyo na lamang at hinaayaang naka-impound ang kanilang sasakyan. Una, wala silang pambayad na malaking halaga ng multa. Ikalawa, mahirap para sa kanila ang bumalik sa kanilang tahanan na walang sasakyan, lalo na kung taga-malayong lugar. Ikatlo, walang maayos na impounding facility ang LTFRB, LTO, MMDA, IAC at ang mga lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, Santa Rosa City at Binyan City ng Laguna at Santo Tomas City ng Batangas. Nag-aalala silang masira ang kanilang sasakyan na nakabilad lamang sa sikat ng araw at nauulanan. Ikaapat, hindi madali ang mag-file ng contest o reklamo para sa kanila na walang sapat na kakayahan at walang pambayad sa abogado. Ikalima, Mr. Speaker, malaki ang abala at gasto sa kanila. Wala namang katiyakan na mananalo sila sa kanilang contest, tama at may katwiran man sila. Ito po ay base sa mga tunay na nangyayari. At ika-anim, Mr. Speaker, hindi kayang mag-contest o magreklamo ng mga truck drivers na nagmula at babalik pa sa Mindanao, sa Visayas o malayong parte ng Luzon. Mr. Speaker, kailangan po nating pigilan ang maling pagpapatupad ng batas, traffic code at ordinansa na ginagawa ng mga nabanggit na ahensya at mga nabanggit na lokal na pamahalaan. Una, huwag po nating hayaan na nabibiktima ng pang-aabuso at maling pagpapatupad ng batas at mga ordinansa ang mga kawaawa nating kababayan na umaasa at nagtitiwala sa atin. Ikalawa, bilang mga mambabatas, kailangan nating proteksyonan ang dignidad ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng pagpigil sa mga nabanggit na ahensya at mga lokal na pamahalaan na ipinagwawalang bahala ang pagsunod sa batas na binalangkas at pumasa dito sa Kongreso. Ikatatlo, Mr. Speaker, walang ibang magtatanggol sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa mga mahihirap, kundi tayo lamang na may kapangyarihan para pigilan ang mga ahensya at mga lokal na pamahalaan na hindi tama ang ginagawang pagpapatupad ng batas. At ikaapat, Mr. Speaker, kailangan nating pigilan ang maling pagpapatupad ng batas dahil mawawala ng silbi ang Kongreso sa mata ng taong bayan kung hahayaan lamang natin ang maling pagpapatupad ng batas na binalangkas at pumasa dito. Mr. Speaker, sa ngalan po ng tamang pagpapatupad ng batas, tunay na serbisyo at paglilingkod, hinihiling at minumungkahi po natin sa chairman ng LTFRB, Attorney Chopilo Guadis III, sa hepe ng LTO, Assistant Secretary, Attorney Vigor Mendoza II, sa head ng IAC, sa acting chairman ng MMDA, Attorney Dondon Artes, at sa mga honorable mayors ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, Santa Rosa City at Binyan City ng Laguna at Santo Tomas City ng Batangas ang mga sumusunod. Una, ripasuhin po nila ang Article 3, Section 62 ng Republic Act Number 4136 at Executive Order Numbers 202 at 266, Series of 1987 at Joint Administrative Order Number 2014-01 at ipatigil nila ang maling panghuhuli at pag-i-impound ng mga sasakyan na ginagawa ng kanilang mga kawani. At ikalawa, Mr. Speaker, iparelease nila ang mga sasakyan na sa kanilang kustodiya dahil mali ang kanilang ginawang trabaho at pagpapatupad ng batas. Maawa po sila sa mga kapwa natin Pilipino na nasisira ang sasakyan sa ilalim ng sikat ng araw at mga pag-ulan. Ipakita at iparamdam natin sa ating mga kababayan na tayo ay tunay na mga public servants. Mr. Speaker, hindi po natin ipinagtatanggol ang mga motorista at mga may-ari ng sasakyan na lumalabag sa batas, ordinansa at iba pa. Ang hangad lamang po natin ay tamang pagpapatupad ng batas para sa kanila upang mapigilan ang mga pang-abuso at mga perwisyo na dinadanas ng mga kapwa natin Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, magsusumiti po tayo ng House Resolution in aid of legislation para mabigyan na rin ng agarang aksyon ang ating mga nabanggit na problema at nang maging mas maayos pa ang pagpapatupad ng traffic laws, rules and regulations governing land transportation para sa minamahal nating mga kababayan. Mr. Speaker, at sa ating mga kapwa public servants, maraming salamat po sa ibinigay ninyong oras sa akin.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Bonnie Bonifacio to the committee, Bonnie Bosita, to the Committee of Rules for its appropriate action.
The speech of the Honorable Bosita is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to elect Representative Antonio Tonipet Albano as Deputy Speaker, Vice Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
There is a motion to elect the Honorable Antonio Tonipet Albano as Deputy Speaker, Vice the Honorable Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to elect Representative Yasser Alonto Balindong as Deputy Speaker, Vice Representative Isidro Ungab. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to elect the Honorable Yasser Alonto Balindong as Deputy Speaker, Vice the Honorable Isidro Ungab. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading, House Bill number 9155, copies of which have been distributed to the members in accordance with the rules. And for this purpose, may we request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9155 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9155, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to PEC Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8685, entitled an act granting to PEC Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate radio and television stations in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9155. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Mugalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Friends, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enterga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lingkay Chong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Macapagalaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Oliohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tarielia Chodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Omali, Onabia, Ungab, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edric, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9155. Abunda Asidre, Aco, Palonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Amentado, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Biron, Bongalon, Calixto, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada, Coleantes, De Venecia, Del Mar, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Espina, Yudela Farinas Frasco Fuentebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Hernandez Javier, Co Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcay Chong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel, Plaza, Kimbo, Rillo, Roman, Romero, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Sali, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tansamir, Tantambut, Tanshay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tupas, T. Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christiantel, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 200 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 abstentions, House Bill number 9155 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of local bills under the Transportation Office Maritime Industry Authority sector, more particularly House Bill number 5731 and House Bill number 9300, copies of which were distributed to the members in accordance with the rules. And for this purpose, may we request the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills 5731 and 9300, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 5731, an act establishing an extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Dolores, province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9300, an act establishing an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in the municipality of Nasipit, province of Agusan del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 5731 and 9300. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayno, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, Franz, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chonggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Ko, Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Dago, Okdalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit Tuhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramoncholo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rachel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Zuarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Sotorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap, Christian Tel, Yap, Christopherson, Yap, Edvic, Yap, Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 5731 and 9300. Abunda, Asidre, Acop, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Omentado, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Biron, Bongalon, Calixto, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada, Colliantes, De Venecia, Del Mar, Dimaporo Muhammad Gali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Espina, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Hernandez, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel, Plaza, Kimbo, Rillo, Roman, Romero, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Sali, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tupas, T, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Crishantel, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 207 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 5731 and 9300 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill under the Higher and Technical Education sector, more particularly House Bill number 9017, 9302, 9307, 9308, 9309. Copies has been distributed to the members in accordance with the rules, and for this purpose, may we request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills 9017, 9306, 9307, 9308, and 9309, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 9017, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Paniki, province of Tarlac, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9302, an act establishing a regular campus of the Eastern Samar State University in the municipality of Balangiga, province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9307, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Naval, province of Biliran, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9308, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipalities of Mankayan, Kibungan, Kabayan, Atok, Itogon, and Tuba, province of Benguet, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9309, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Bacara, province of Ilocos Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Numbers 9017, 9302, 9307, 9308, and 9309. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio Atay, de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bodilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato Chua, Siongalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Coresma Dagok, Delipe Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duave Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrero, Oribata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Lingkay Chong, Loyola Luister Lumayag, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Aminalo Lasso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia Zagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria sa Kaluran Salceda, Sali Salimbangon Salo Salvame, Santos Saulog Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micael Angela, Suarez Talyado Tamayo Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chai, Tan Watco Tarielia, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wenda, Tupas Tutor T. Umalio Nabia Unga Valeriano, Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivina Grace, Hugh Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 9017, 9302, 9307, 9308, and 9309. Abunda Asiri Ako Palonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aumentado Barzaga Bascog Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez Biron Bongalon, Calixto, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mart, Colado Colliantes de Venecia Del Mar, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, David Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emmanuel Espina Yudela, Frasco Fuentebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya Goed Christopher, Gomez Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Hernandez Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Legarda, Libanan, Nicaichong, Luis Tro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquez Martinez, Mendoza Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel, Plaza Kim, Borillo, Roman, Romero, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salis, Sanimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulo, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tansamir, Tantambut, Tanshay, Tariel, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tupas, T, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christian Tel, Judy Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 208 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bills numbers 9017, 9302, 9307, 9308, and 9309 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of the clustered local House bills, namely House Bills number 8447, 8609, 8610, 8719, and 8940, copies of which were already distributed to the members in accordance with the rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and thereafter to call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills 8447, 8609, 8610, 8719, and 8940 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8447, an act declaring the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill number 8609, an act declaring the municipality of Paracale, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill number 8610, an act declaring the municipality of Santa Elena, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill number 8719, an act declaring the municipality of Jose Panganiban, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill number 8940, an act declaring the municipality of Columbio, province of Sultan Kudarat, a tourism development area. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 8447, 8609, 8610, 8719, and 8940 on third reading. Abalo, Sabante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Garaw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay, de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Monok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Ko, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garinga Sataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Liligarda, Libana, Limgachong, Loyola, Luis Rolomayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manigis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Mordenava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ong Juan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Cirillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Ilogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Shay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, 2 for Erwin, 2 for Jocelyn, 2 for Ralph Wendell, 2 pa Sutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8447, 8609, 8610, 8719, and 8940. Abunda, Asidre, Acop, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aumentado, Barzaga, Bascu, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Biron, Bongalon, Calixto, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada, Colyantes, De Venecia, Dalmar, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Espina, Yodela Frasco, Fentebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Hernandez, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Legarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Manigis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Pimentel Plaza, Kimbo, Rillo, Roman, Romero, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Sali, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tupas, T. Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christiantel, Yap U Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 208 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 8447, 8609, 8610, 8719, and 8940 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of the following clustered local House bills, namely House Bill numbers 9064, 9065, 9075, and 9303, printed copies of which were already distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and thereafter to call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills 9064, 9065, 9075, and 9303, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 9064, an act creating a special economic zone in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, creating for the purpose the Metro Iloilo Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9065, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Bislig, province of Surigao del Sur, creating for the purpose the Bislig Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9075, an act establishing a special economic zone in a portion of Salomage Cove and in the municipalities of San Juan and Cabugao, province of Ilocos Sur, creating for the purpose the Ilocos Sur Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9303, an act establishing a special economic zone in the municipality of Mansalay, province of Oriental Mindoro, creating for the purpose the Oriental Mindoro Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Numbers 9064, 9065, 9075, and 9303. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay, de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bullet Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada Colientes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma Dagoc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hingrang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kadi, Dimaporo Sita Amina, Junicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garriola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gules Gutierrez Aresco, Hataman Hernandez Herrera Oribata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libana, Lingkay Chong, Loyola Luis Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawan, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matipag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminalo, Lazo, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Pama, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumarian, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Euloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque Sagdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Seda Sali, Salimban Gonzalo, Salvame Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micael Angela, Suarez Talyado, Tamayo Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, Tio Mario, Nabiaonga, Valeriano, Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Ruiz, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 9064, 9065, 9075, and 9303. Abunda, Sidre, Ako, Palonti, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Amentado, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Benon, Bongalon, Calixto, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Colada Colantes de Venecia, Del Mar, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emmanuel Espina, Eudela Frasco Fendebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gazataya, Go Ed Christopher Gomez, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Wilton, Lacson, Daphne, Lagon Daphne, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Noglares Margarita, Pimentel Plaza, Kimbo Rillo, Roman Romero, Romulo, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Sali, sa Limbangon, Salvame, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tansamir, Tantambut, Tanchay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tupas, T. Onabia, Unga, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Ruiz, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christian Tel, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 206 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9064, 9065, 9075, and 9303 are approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of the following clustered local House bills, namely House Bills numbers 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, and 9299, printed copies of which were already distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills, and thereafter to call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, and 9299, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9128, an act separating the Paulino Dari National High School, Balong-Balong Extension in Barangay Balong-Balong, Municipality of Pitogo, Province of Zamboanga del Sur from Paulino Dari National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Balong-Balong National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9295, an act separating the Binagasbagasan National High School, Denrica High School Annex in Barangay Denrica, Municipality of Garchitorena, Province of Camarines Sur, from the Binagasbasan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Denrica National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9296, an act separating the Bacungan National High School, Sipacong Extension in Barangay Sipacong, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Bacungan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Sipacong National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9297, an act separating the Bacungan National High School, Mangop Extension in Barangay Mangop, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Bacungan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Mangop National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9298, an act separating the Siocon Central School, J.P. Brillantes Extension in Barangay Jose P. Brillantes Sr., Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Siocon Central School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Jose P. Brillantes Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9299, an act separating the Bukana Elementary School, Hatib Asamudin Extension in Barangay Bukana, Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Bukana Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Hatib Asamuddin Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, 9299 on third reading. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amadong Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Asisio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chanchato, Chua, Chunggalaw ko, Angelica, Natasha ko, Elizalde ko, Pilar ko, Juan ko, Jaime, Eduardo Mark ko, Juan ko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera, Jorebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lizatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limgajong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizan, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Panchong, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Siada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarburia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, and 9299. Abunda, Asidre, Acop, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aumentado, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Biron, Bongalon, Calixto, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, De Venecia, Dalmar, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Espina, Yudela, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gasataya, Goed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Manikis, Martinez Mendoza Mercado Navanisay Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe Nograles Margarita Pimentel Plaza Kimborillo Roman Romero Romulo Sagarbaria Sakaluran Sali Salimbangon Salvames Santos Saulug Silverio Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Solon Tan Samir Tan Tambut Tanshay Tariela Tolentino Tupas T Unabia Ungab Velasco Vergara Villafuerte Luis Raymond Villafuerte Miguel Luis Villaraza Suarez Villarica Yap Cristiantel U. Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 210 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, and 9299 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 9154, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. And for such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9154 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9154, an act granting a franchise to the Romblon Electric Cooperative, Inc., or Romelco, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Banton, Corcuera, and Concepcion, province of Romblon. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9154. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Isidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista Lim, Benitas, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolidia, Bondo, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulut, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Cawagdan Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste Chan, Chato Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Colientes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua Quaresma Dagok, Dalipe Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza Desos, De Venecia Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Junicio Domingo Duave Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Udela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnetti Fendebella Galos, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Aresco Ataman Hernandez, Herrera Orebata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Nicaichon, Loyola Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden, Nava Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco Waminal, Lolaso Olivares, Songchuan Ordanes Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan Pancho, Panotes Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes Rillo, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tarielio, Teodoro, Teodoro, Teves Tiangco Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, Tio Malio Nabia Unga, Valeriana Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Villalago Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9154. Abunda Sidre Ako, Palonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aumentado, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Beron, Bongalon, Calixto, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada Coliantes de Venecia del Mar, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Espina, Yudela Frasco, Fendebelia, Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya Go Ed Christopher Gomez, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Wilton, Lacson Lagon, Daphne, Legarda, Libana ni Kaichong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel, Plaza, Kimbo, Rillo, Roman Romero Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salis, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tansamir, Tantambut, Tanshay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tupas, T, Unabia Unga, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christiantel, U Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 209 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 9154 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill Number 9191, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules, and for such purpose may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9191 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 9191, an act establishing an inland freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Aringay, province of La Union, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9191. Abol Sabante Abunda Charon Asidre Ako Padyong Advincola Agaraw Alba Albano Almario Alonte Alonte Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Arena Sarugansha Asisio Atayde Aumentado Balindong, Barbers Baronda Barzaga Basco, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolinia, Bondok, Mungalon, Bordado, Borsita, Riones, Brosos, Buhain, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castor France, Castor Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma Dagok, Delipe Dalog, de Yanghirang Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina. Junicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Haresco Ataman Hernandez, Herrero Horibata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Ko Ngun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara Lazatin Lee, Legarda Libanan, Likaichong, Loyola Luis Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona Magsino, Malapitan Mangawang Manikis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez Martinez, Mastura Matipag, Matugas, Mendoza Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco Waminal Lolaso Olivares, Sangchuan Ordanes Ortega Uwano Dizon, Padiernos Paduano Paglas Palma Panaligan Pancho Panotes Pascual Peña Pimentel Plaza Pleito, Primicia Sagabas Pumaren Puno Kimbo Rama Rector Regencia Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes Rilio Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eloy, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria sa Kaluran Salceda Sali, Salimbangon Salo Salvame Santos Solog Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chai, Tan Watco, Tarielia Tudoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, Tio Mali, Unabia Ungab Valeriano, Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica Violago, M. Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 9191. Abunda Asidre Aqua Palonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aumentado Barzaga Basco Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez Beron Bongalon, Calixto, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada Coliantes de Venecia del Mar, Di Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Espina Eudela, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya Go Ed Christopher Gomez, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Javier, Co Olga Ara, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Ligarda, Libana, Nicaichong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel Plaza, Kimbo, Rilio, Roman Romero, Romulo sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Sali, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tupasti, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Christian Tel, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, and Zamora Maria Isabel Maria.
With 210 members voting on the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 9191 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading, House Bill Number 9335, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to the rules, and for such purpose may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9335 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 9335, an act upgrading the Basilan General Hospital in the city of Isabela, province of Basilan, into a tertiary hospital to be known as the Basilan Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9335. Abalo Sabati Abunda Chorona Sidre Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba Albano Almario Almonte Alonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arena Sarogancia Asistio Atayde Aumentado Balindong Barba Barbers Baronda Barzaga Basco Bautista Bautista Lim Benitez Brenos Billones Biron Bolivia Bondoc Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa Quaresma Dagok, Delipe Dalog, De Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kadi, Dimaporo City Amina, Junicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustina Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto Gulius, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera Horibata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libana, Nimkay Chong, Loyola, Luiser, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matipag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Aminaldo Lasso, Olivares, Ongsuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panote, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomarian, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohoyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garberia, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Walco Tarielia Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 9335. Abunda Asidre, Aco Palonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aumentado, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Beron, Bongalon, Calixto, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Colada Coliantes de Venecia del Mar, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, David Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Espina, Yudela Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Javier, Co Olga Ara, Co Wilton, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Legarda, Libanan, Nimkay Chong, Luistro, Macapagal Arroyo, Maniquis, Martinez, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Pimentel, Plaza, Kimbo, Rillo, Roman, Romero, Romulo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Sali, Salimbangon, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tariela, Tolentino, Tupas, T. Unabia, Unga, Velasco, Vergara, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yep Christian Tel, U Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria.
With 210 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9335 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the immediate transmittal to the Senate copies of the bills which were approved on third reading in today's session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business for the day, and for such purpose, my request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution on first reading.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, resolution, House Resolution 1431. Resolution urging the Commission on Elections to reconsider its resolution for the conduct of the special election for the vacancy in the House of Representatives for the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Negros Oriental, given all the existing circumstances and present predicament affecting the province. By Representative Sagarbaria.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution number 1431. And for such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 1431.
House Resolution 1431. Resolution urging the Commission on Elections to reconsider its resolution for the conduct of special election for the vacancy in the House of Representatives for the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Negros Oriental, given all the existing circumstances and present predicament affecting the province.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1431.
As many as are in favor of House Resolution 1431, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1431 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7325 and Senate Bill number 2221 on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Representative Ron P. Salo, Representative Sandro L. Gonzalez, Representative Marlene L. Primicia Sagabas, Representative Camer Aidan T. Olaso, and Representative Marisa Del Mar P. Magsino.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6510 and Senate Bill number 2001 on the new passport law. Representative Maria Rachel J. Arenas, Representative Emilio P. Tanhuatco III, Representative Glona G. Labad-Labad, Representative Loreto B. Acharon, Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino, Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, Representative Sergio C. Dagook, and Representative Wilbert T. Lee.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the aforementioned members are so designated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7535 and Senate Bill number 2028 on granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians. Representative Rodolfo Ompong M. Ordanes, Representative Loreto S. Amante, Representative Salvador A. Plato, Representative Eulogio R. Rodriguez, and Representative Sergio C. Dagook.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned members are so designated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, that's Wednesday, November 8, 2023, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is adjourned until tomorrow on Wednesday, November 8, 2023 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.